6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So that would be your room, Mike? Yep. Point it up a little bit.
hold it. No. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Where is he now? Oh, he's going to sleep. Hey, Van Van. Love you. And then water.
Here, because we don't have any tops, so it'll
That's
just be
fine.
next to you. And there's one sugar in it. Let me know if you want more.
Yeah, it's fine. Mhm. Testing.
Good morning.
Hi, hello.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for making the trek in the cold. My name is Em, and I'm one half of the care coordination team for the Vermont Truth and Reconciliation Commission. My colleague LaShanya is here as well. And I'm going to open us up. If you've been with us before, you know the drill. I'm going to open us up in a grounding, get us all settled in as we begin this truth-telling process and witnessing process. The Vermont Truth and Reconciliation Commission, you'll hear more about the mandate and the mission of that from the commissioners here in a second. But they have a strong commitment to honoring and witnessing these stories with grace, humility, and empathy. And so as the witnesses participating in this process, I'm also going to ask that we all commit to those three tenets as well. So I'm just going to do a round robin in the room and ask each individual to say, I commit or I'm committed to those three things. So I'll start here with you. Yeah, great. Grace, humility, and empathy. Commit, great. Go to, you commit? Great. Wonderful, thank you all. Thank you. And we've committed many times up here on the stage. And so to settle us in a little bit further, I'm going to ask if it feels comfortable to you or available to cast your eyes down or maybe close them if that feels good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a hum. And I invite all of you to join me in with the hum as well, and we'll hum together. And the purpose of this is to sort of bring us all together It is a vagal toning exercise as well, so it helps with the vagus nerve and gets us all settled in. So I'm gonna hum. You can join in, and we'll just let it be for a little bit all together. So. Thank you all. And I also want to remind you as well of some different tools that all they require is our body in times that might feel activating or emotional. Remember to breathe. It can be so easy to hold our breath in intensity. And so just remembering throughout the day to breathe and take care of yourself in that way. And also to spend some time just looking around the room, orienting yourself, grounding yourself, feeling your body in the chair, feeling your feet on the floor. We have a number of fidgets and things, like squishy things as well, if that feels helpful. But just remembering to do the basic thing of, it can sound so basic, but can depart us so quickly, to breathe through all of this, to take good care of yourself. And we are, with that, I will hand it over to the commissioners. We're incredibly grateful that you are here today on our final public truth-telling day.
It's what? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm just going to do a land acknowledgement, but I was driving here and it was so beautiful, right? This is like the most beautiful country. And so I was just taking in all of the beauty of what it was. And then I thought about how the land here just sort of envelops you, right? And I couldn't help but wonder what Mother Earth would say, right? The perpetual witness of this place and of its people. And I want you all to think about what she might say of us and the history of this place, the peopling of this place, the beautiful, the heartbreaking, and all the stories in between. What do you think her recommendations would be for us after all that she has seen? And would we be willing to listen if she is speaking? So, thank you.
Thank you. So we are on the land of the Abenaki, and the tribe that is state recognized in this area is the Mohegan. So we thought it best to read an excerpt from a book from an author, Joseph Bruchac, who is also Mohegan. This excerpt is in the forward of a book called Connections. And so you'll see it's kind of an intro to that book, but it feels really relevant in this time. So bear with me on how it sort of reads and plays out, because at the end is the lesson. It says, I have a friend, quote unquote. Those are the words that take on different meaning in American Indian culture. In the old Indian sense of the word friend, Nidoba, or my friend, as we say in Abenaki, implies a deep and sacred relationship of trusting, sharing, and mutual support. A friend is a person you tell your true name. Lance Henson, a Cheyenne writer whose poems are deeply loved in Europe and in the United States, is a friend of mine like that. Although there are times when Lance is, quite frankly, a pain in the ass, I'm pretty sure there have been times, like when I'm being the anti-cigarette squad, he's found me just as tiresome. But if I had to go into battle, I'd want a friend like Lance by my side. I hope he feels the same. I mentioned Lance to begin with because there's a story I'd like to read right at the start of this book. A story that has Lance and me in it, but a story that is meant for you. It was a hot Oklahoma day, and we were in Lance's Jeep Renegade on our way to do a writing workshop for Indian inmates at McAllister Prison. Seemingly out of nowhere, though I thought there had to be a contest for it, Lance turned to me and asked, "Joe, are you carrying any guilt about anything?" I thought about it for a minute, maybe longer. Silence is a pretty good thing to seek help from when you get asked a tough question like that. Finally, I had my answer. "No," I said, "I'm not." Lance smiled at that. "Brother, that's good," he said. "One of my elders asked me once, 'What should you do with a cup of water that is not good to drink?'" He held his hand out as if he were holding that cup and then tipped it over, pouring it out. That's the Cheyenne way. Don't keep carrying something that is of no use to anyone. And what does that have to do with the pages that follow? Simply this, that an awful lot of Americans feel guilty about what their ancestors did to American Indians. That guilt either makes them feel sad or it makes them feel angry and ready to deny it. It makes them turn away from the truth because they find it too painful or they don't want to accept it. Guilt works that way. It clouds your vision with sorrow or twists, your thoughts with defensive anger. Yes, tough things have happened to American Indian people. Yes, maybe some of your ancestors had something to do with that. But like the Cheyenne teaching tells us, there comes a time to get rid of which you cannot help us or refill our cups with life. Listen, be concerned, take some positive action on your own to make things better, even if it involves only being more mindful of what you do and say, more respectful of other beings, but don't feel guilty. If anything you read in the following pages makes you feel guilty, then we both have failed, writer and reader alike. Pour out your cup. Hold it out empty. Fill it with stories. Roderick.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Roderick Owens. I'm the event facilitator, and I'd like to share with you our working pledge. As we explore complex and challenging topics such as race, disability, oppression, and discrimination, we collectively pledge to approach these discussions with a commitment to extend grace, humility, and empathy with each other. We recognize we're all both on an individual and collective journey to dismantle oppression and discrimination from our culture and systems. Therefore, we pledge to cultivate dignity. Okay, just checking. Cultivate dignity and respect, even in moments of disagreement and discomfort. We expect and accept non-closure, and with that, we engage in courageous conversations with curiosity and an open mind. We dedicate ourselves to refrain from judgment, embrace active listening, and use I statements to foster open communication. In this space, we understand the platinum rule, where we pledge to abide by each other's unique preferences, thereby building better relationships and collaboration. We come into this with good intentions, but also recognize that we do not intend to do harm. There is an impact. We commit to prioritizing Act 128 communities and acknowledge that there is no such thing as a single issue struggle. Our lives are interconnected. We vow to treat each other, our stories, our dreams, and struggles with sacred care. We honor vulnerability. We embrace the spirit of co-creation. We affirm that we are the active agents of change, and we are committed to doing the work to create understanding amongst and with each other. The journey to collective liberation is filled with discomfort and painful truths, but the final destination is community, where everyone can thrive together. This is a shared space grounded in the principles of this pledge.
Thank you, Roderick. Good morning, everyone present today in person and also remote live streaming. Thank you for being here. My name is Faith Akubian. I use she, her, they, their pronouns, and I am the Executive Director of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I want to first I have some thank yous and some accessibility mentionings that I will offer this morning. But first I want to thank St. Johnsbury Elementary School for their hospitality hosting us today. We are, as you can notice, we have subtitles running for those who would prefer or need to read versus audio. We also have ASL that are live, and I want to thank Janet, Betty, and Crystal Air who are with us today on live stream. Lunch will be served after our final truth teller in our closing. We want to thank AJ from Salt Catering, who's local, for their contributions to the health and wellness of our bodies. Between now and then, we have snacks and coffee. We have ways to keep yourself safe around sanitation or sanitizers and masks. I always say sanitation, I don't know why. At the front, at the registration table, and also we will go around and ask if anyone needs a mask. We also have fidget spinners and stress balls. That is all located at the registration table. And next to the registration table, you'll find an art table. And although we don't have our artist in residence, Aurora Berger, with us today, we still have the art table ready for you to make zines, and we will compile that artwork at the end of our commission and install this grand piece of work, hopefully at the State House or some other public space. We want to thank Nate and Zach and Jamie, who are here with us from Kingdom Access TV. Your support has been invaluable to this work. Thank you so much for your help yesterday and today. And Dr. Vandora Williams and Akila Dadi are here today as well, and they are working on a documentary for the commission, which is very exciting. So we thank for their support and presence today. Accessible bathrooms are out in the hallway near the dining hall or cafeteria. It's also next to the snack table, and we have made those intentionally inclusive, so please use those as you need them. We also have Dan and Elijah from Chocolate Thunder. They are here to support our collective safety and make sure that everyone has a respectful experience while here. Our beloved care team and LaShanya are here as well, and we thank them for being with us and have been with us for all 5 of these truth tellings to support our readiness as we receive important truths. We also have Jean Hamilton from Land Access Opportunity Board, who will be joining us a little later. We ask that you stop by that table and get to know Jean and the importance of land access and housing. General Legal Counsel Michelle Overa is with Liz Harrington, who's one of our honorary witnesses, and they will be running a private testimonies today. They are present. We have Patricia Fontaine and Anthony Rivers, who are honorary witnesses, who are also here, and we thank them for their presence and continued support. Jessica Robles is here and is taking photos for us to capture these important moments, and also will be going around and seeing if anyone needs any assistance. Likewise, we have Fran Walker here today, who is a volunteer, and we're grateful for his support. Some rituals that are important include the one that you might be seeing around the room. There are tissues placed. Actually, you can see them up here on the stage. If you need or wish to use these tissues in a manner where you would like it to be part of a collective process, I'm just going to read you what this opportunity provides. We are continuing our tradition set by Brenda Reynolds of the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who gifted us a ceremonial release she developed. She offered this to us during a training she led for our care program. We invite you to place tissues you use to hold your tears, especially those of truth tellers, in the baskets which are scattered around the room. The tissues will be burned at an offering during a ceremony scheduled in the near future. Now I'd like to turn it over to the commissioners who will address the theme for today's truth-telling session.
And I just wanted to address the space and how it's set up. So it's set up this way to mirror the best practices that other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions have done. And the truth teller and the commissioners are set up here specifically for a conversation and to ease the stress of our truth tellers. So we do allow flexibility. Whatever the truth tellers ask of us, we're willing to do. And so some truth tellers may want to face the audience and others might not. So you'll see probably a mix of both of that today. But I just wanted to let folks know why we do the things we do. Thank you.
And I'm going to speak about the theme of today. This session is about the people and connections that shape our lives. It is about what it means when relationships are nurtured and what it means when they are broken. We will reflect on belonging, family, trust, and the way systems have shaped our sense of community and our relationships with one another. This also includes the weight of loss and the shared history that many of us carry. What is communal relations if not care for each other? How do we reconcile the pain that some endure when they are other, unseen, excluded, and sometimes taken from us by systems that decided long before meeting them that they do not belong? Today we hold a space for those who are no longer with us, and for those who are still here carrying their stories. Together we say, you belong. We are here with you. Healing begins with us. It begins with our willingness to listen and to stand together. It begins when we commit ourselves to the highest standards of community care and to create an environment where every person is recognized and valued. We start by standing together, by listening deeply, by acknowledging that harm has been done and choosing to walk toward healing rather than away from it. We rebuild not by pretending that systems work, but by being honest that they do not, and by committing ourselves to shaping something better. Because while the systems are broken, we are here together to rebuild. We are here to say that care is not optional, connection is not optional, belonging is not optional. We choose to show up for one another. We choose to hold space for grief, for truth, for resilience, and for hope. And in that choice, in that collective act of care, we begin the work of transforming not just systems, but relationships, communities, and futures. Let us prepare ourselves to hear truth, to hear pain, and to hear grief, because this is what community is. It is the willingness to show up for one another, to carry each other, and to face the difficult things together. It is the belief that healing is possible when we choose one another. We want to thank the press for taking interest in our events. I would like to make clear that our policy has not changed. Media is welcome, and what we're asking is to follow guidelines for responsible and respectful coverage. What that means is prioritize and informed consent, using respectful and humanizing language, hold our people with care and dignity, and to repeat, press has always been welcome to our events, to report with care and respect. And our final disclaimer, the Vermont Truth and Reconciliation Commission acknowledges that today's testimony includes sensitive and potentially distressing material. The stories shared may include descriptions of trauma, violence, loss, and other painful experiences connected to state-caused harm. We encourage all audience members, whether here in person or watching remotely, to take care of yourselves through this session. You may choose to step away, pause the video, or seek support at any time. Please honor your own boundaries and emotional well-being as you engage with this truth-telling process.
Are you ready?
Good morning. Thank you to the Vermont Truth and Reconciliation.
1 second, is it on? Okay.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you to the Vermont Truth and Reconciliation Commission for asking me to be here today. My name is Judy Garvey, and I am the proud mother of 3 children and 4 grandchildren. I'm 84 years old, and I served my entire life as a nurse, and I am in deep grief. I am here to tell you today about my son, Scott Joseph Garvey, who can no longer speak or advocate for himself. Scott was born on August 21st, 1969 in Westfield, Massachusetts. He died on July 7th, 2025 in our apartment in Putney, Vermont, after being shot multiple times by the Vermont State Police during a mental health crisis in which he reached out dozens of times for help. He was unarmed, alone, scared, and had recently undergone major surgery for head trauma. He was in the neuro ICU for several days and in the hospital for 2 months. He was both physically and mentally disabled and required a cane to walk. Scott was an inspired musician. He was an exceptional poet, and he was a voracious reader, a traveler, and a dreamer. He was impossibly kind, quick to laugh and slow to judge. He loved people with deep loyalty and quiet fierceness, and he lived as though beauty and art and music and human connection were all that mattered. Scott left behind songs and prayers, scribbled notebooks and poems on napkins. He left his beloved drums from around the world and a notable generosity that was second to none. He also left behind hundreds of friends and family who loved him and will never stop loving him. My only wish is that he could have known in life what has become obvious in his death, that people all over the world were moved and inspired by his tremendous compassion. Scott was a devoted son, a loyal brother, and a treasured uncle for his nieces and nephews. He lived with and cared for me for much of his life. He brought me to hundreds of music concerts and art shows. I was a mother to many of his bandmates who gathered in our house for band practice, and to this day, most people call me Mama J. I miss those days so much and would do anything to have them back. Just because we were poor didn't mean we didn't enjoy life. Scott and I walked our dogs for miles together, and we spent days upon days in thrift stores where he loved finding a small treasure that he thought would put a smile on his sister Kara's face or light up his nieces and nephews. Often, he would just want to drive to some faraway place he read about just to see something interesting. I loved listening to newly discovered jazz musicians with him. I love listening to him come to Jesus and pray out loud each day for his family and friends, the homeless and hungry, and even police and firefighters. I loved watching him read the Bible from cover to cover. He, more than anyone I've known, seemed to understand the spirit of Jesus. We used to dance together to music of the 1950s, and he'd make me get off my aging feet and jig with him. He'd wake me in the morning and record me drinking my first cup of coffee of the day. Oh, that's good coffee, I'd say. And then he'd text it to our large family, and they'd all laugh at me. Scott lived, loved, and played music in Boston, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Austin, New Orleans, and Memphis. He played drums in many bands spanning all musical styles, always seeking musical authenticity. He was a drummer for Rated X, Scotland Bar and the Slow Drag, Flea Circus, Aunt Beanie's First Prize Beats, and many others. He also co-starred in the underground cult film, I Was a Teenage Serial Killer. And he wrote dozens upon dozens of songs and poems exploring existential angst, unrequited love, and ultimately his relationship with his own mental health. A friend noted that Scott was a musician's musician. He was the real thing. Scott was always surrounded by music and misfits. He found family and vinyl records and bad coffee and his American Spirit cigarettes. He burned bright. He always gave more than he had, preferring to spend most of his meager monthly Social Security disability checks on socks and sleeping bags and gloves for the homeless. His last request when he left Memphis in June of 2025, barely able to walk, suffering from debilitating anxiety, was for his sister to buy packages of clean socks to distribute at the local homeless shelter, which she promptly did. I also cared for Scott. Scott suffered from bipolar disorder and PTSD. He needed my assistance often in negotiating the complexity of our modern, highly impersonal world that generally has little time for those living with mental health challenges. He was someone who never fully fit into this world, but never stopped trying to soften it anyway. Scott knew suffering, his own and others, and he carried it with the strange grace of someone who saw the cracks in everything and still believed that there might be light. In 2024, Scott wrote and composed Still Waters, expressing his resolve to never return to the Lakeside Psychiatric Hospital, where he reported being physically and sexually abused after reaching out for mental health. I'd rather stay home than go to Lakeside. I prefer oceans and rivers instead. The still waters remind me of unfulfilled potential, unlike the running and vastness of my dreams. Sean, can you play that, please?
Still waters remind me of unfulfilled potential. and vastness in my dreams. Rather stay home than go to the lakeside. I prefer oceans and rivers instead. The still waters remind me of unfulfilled potential, unlike the running and vastness in my dreams.
I need to tell you the circumstances of Scott's death were not inevitable. They were a failure of those to whom he reached out for help to follow the policies meant to safeguard those suffering from mental health crisis. It was a failure of the Vermont State Police to follow their own directives that were developed over 10 years. It was a failure of the medical establishment to take the time to listen to patients who are suffering mental health pain. And it was a failure of our collective lack of will to protect our most vulnerable community members from neglect and outright abuse in a community, members from neglect and abuse in an absolutely and completely failed national mental health system. That day, July 7th, Scott needed a medication adjustment. Instead, he got bullets sitting in his own living room, surrounded by the police he always feared would one day kill him. We always thought he was paranoid, but it turns out that he was right all along. Scott and I were so excited to move back home. My daughter Karen, Scott's best friend, I'd like to call them the book friends, the bookends. Kara worked so hard to get us into a good home in Putney, where she was only 2 miles away and could help Scott take care of me, where she could take walks with her brother and visit thrift stores together, where we could spend holidays and Christmases together again. My doctors and counselors say I am in grief. I wake up each morning and not wanting to go on, wondering why I still have to be alive. I don't sleep. The only way I can be here today is because I am on meds. I feel like an empty shell of a human being. I am depressed. I am angry at the inexperienced state trooper who shot him, and even more angry at the commander who told him to go in with nothing but a loaded gun after 4 hours of sitting outside our home. I am without joy. Really, if I am honest, I just want to die. Though Scott's family is wrecked by grief, we will not let Scott be reduced to the worst day of his life. Like all those suffering from mental health challenges, he was infinitely more than his diagnosis. Scott was a whole person whose life and spirit will be honored. As Scott himself would end every one of the thousands of postcards, letters, and thoughtful gifts he sent to friends and family all over the country. Be well, dream harder, I love you. I love you, son, to the moon and back, and then some. And I look forward to joining you in heaven soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kara Garvey, and I'm Scott Garvey's sister. I want to thank you for providing this space to share my truth about my brother and what was lost when he was taken from me at the hands of the Vermont State Police. It is my hope that this time matters and that changes will happen, that my brother mattered to others as much as he matters to his family, his friends, and his beloved dogs. Scott was my best friend. He was 2 years older than me, and as kids, he would always let me play with him and his friends. We would run around in the woods all day playing Army. We had a trove of stuffed animals that we created a whole world around, stories for each one, biographies written on index cards, specific voices for each bear or monkey, and countless hours of imagining their lives. We loved to write research reports based on topics we found in our set of encyclopedias. We presented our findings to our parents, and we felt very professional. Scott and I spent hours with our Matchbox cars, our adventure people, and our Atari video games. As teenagers, Scott was busy with his friends and his band. He was an incredibly talented drummer. His adventures began with moving to Boston. Throughout the years, he traveled widely, living in very cool places: San Francisco, Los Angeles, Oregon, Austin, New Orleans. I was living at home and spinning my wheels. Scott came back to visit, and listening to his adventures lit a fire under me. He introduced me to more good literature. One of his favorite books was Man's Search for Meaning. Good movies: A River Runs Through It, Shawshank Redemption, Cinema Paradiso. And good music: Too Many to List, Cowboy Junkies, John Coltrane, Nico Case. Scott showed me a different way to live, one where awe and beauty and artistry and dreaming and creativity live. He taught me how to think bigger than where I was planted. And because of him, I left my hometown to see what was out in the world, and I am forever grateful. He changed the trajectory of my life. Scott and I would call each other every day. Each morning I would wake up to a text from him. Sometimes he didn't feel well and needed strength, and some days I did. Scott wrote me letters and postcards, always encouraging me and praying for my son Zebediah, my husband Brian, and me. He would sign off with a picture of him and his dogs and his drum set. Be well, dream harder, love more. Scott was taken from me. His disability criminalized. There is the discrimination, criminalizing mental health. He didn't need to die, it was unnecessary. Days after July 7th, when Scott was killed, a statement addressing his murder was released by Wilda White, one of the founding directors of Mad Freedom Advocates of Vermont. Titled, "Scott Garvey Did Not Need to Die," she shared the following: "We are outraged that this preventable death occurred despite the presence of a mental health professional on the scene, despite years of statewide policy development, and despite a widely publicized prior tragedy, the 2016 killing of Phil Grennan, in circumstances that bear a chilling resemblance to this case. In the wake of Mr. Grennan's death, the Vermont Mental Health Crisis Response Commission released an urgent set of recommendations aimed at preventing any future fatal encounters between law enforcement officers and individuals in emotional distress. The state also adopted a comprehensive statewide use of force policy that includes specific guidelines for interacting with persons experiencing a mental health crisis. Taken together, the Commission's report and the policy set out the following directives. Avoid forced entry unless there is an imminent threat to others. Let me repeat. Avoid forced entry unless there is an imminent threat to others. Again, avoid forced entry unless there is an imminent threat to others. Nothing had changed in the 5.5 hours they were there to have caused them to dress in tactical gear and forcefully enter my brother's home. Number 2, use time, space, and containment to avoid confrontation. Number 3, allow embedded mental health professionals to lead crisis responses. 4, engage natural supports or known contacts to de-escalate the situation. When I asked a police officer if I could go to the door to talk with my brother, he said no. When I asked if I could meet them at the hospital, he said no. He never once looked me in the eye. Number 5, center the sanctity of life in every tactical decision. The sanctity of life. My brother was shot multiple times and did not make it. He was ultimately murdered by an untrained and overly confident police force. These directives were not followed. Instead, police chose force over time, confrontation over compassion, and escalation over care. That is not just a policy failure. It is a moral failure. It is a moral failure to meet suffering with violence. It is a moral failure to treat disability as dangerous. It is a moral failure to ignore the lessons of past tragedies and repeat them with fatal consequences. When the state responds to a call for help by delivering bullets instead of support, it tells the public, especially those with mental health challenges, that their lives are disposable, that their crises will be met with guns drawn. Data proves that 6%, 1 in 20 of the U.S. population is diagnosed with a severe mental illness and are disproportionately involved in police use of force incidents. 6% of the population are identified with a severe mental illness, yet they make up about 17% of cases where police use force, and about 20% of those injured during police interactions. 6% and an estimated 25% of individuals with a severe mental illness that have been arrested by police at some point. Most people sharing their truth have some element of negative police interactions. Is anybody with power watching, questioning, or caring? My point, having a mental illness is a crime to our police force. Our fragile community members are dying because of ill-trained police. Many loving people ask me how I'm doing, so here it is. Every morning I wake up ruminating. Images of what my brother must have looked like when he was shot replay in my mind, falling back with terror in his eyes. I have flashbacks of state police vehicles speeding south on 91 from Westminster when I was driving north the day my brother was murdered. I can no longer spend time in Putney, a town next door to where I live, the distance I was so excited about when my brother moved. I can't use exit 4 north on 91 because I have to drive by my brother's driveway. If I want to go north, I have to drive south to get on exit 3 in Brattleboro to then go north. When I drive south, I have to drive by several houses owned by state police. I have to look at their police cars every day. I no longer trust the police. I canceled my alarm system because I don't want them coming to my house. I question my belief in God, which was once so strong. Scott prayed all the time. He had a book where he wrote them down. I pray for the Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa. I pray for peace for firemen, for police, for judges, public defenders, EMTs, nurses, birds, insects, animals. I pray for peace with Mari, Vinny, Lulu, Rudy, his dogs. Creatures of the sea, plants, children, that they inherit a better world. Peace for the lonely and people in the hospital. I pray for peace for mentally ill, drug addicts, alcoholics, and homeless. I pray for peace for the oppressed, the LGBTQ community, and no violence against them and our teachers. I lost my mom. She wants to die. And when she does, there's one less person who knows Scott and can share stories with me. I am unable to return to work. I have been a special educator in Vermont schools since 1999. 26 years of advocating for children's rights, protecting them, including those with mental health issues. I don't know if I can live in my town anymore. It's too difficult to be in my house. Remembering the police at my door and watching my mom run out of the house and fall to the ground with her face in the grass, screaming, "You killed my son," over and over and over again. I lost the opportunity to spend more time with my brother, the trips we planned to the beach, to music shows, to the movies. I have lost out on new conversations about life, what it all means, God, love, and hope. I will never see another text from him again, and no more phone calls, no more postcards, no more letters, no more jokes, no more laughter, no more love. My life with Scott is over. In my grief group, I wrote this poem. I miss you. I lost you, Scott. As Mama would say, you were her other bookend. You were a traveler, a musician, a philosopher, a dreamer, an intellectual, a kind, kind man. I miss watching you play your drums, a holy experience indeed. Your eyes would close and your head would tilt up like a prayer. Your sticks would slide back and forth from drum to cymbal, to drum, drum, drum. I learned from you that walking saves you, that dogs are from heaven, that dreams come true when you push past fear, and that family is everything. I'm painfully grateful for you, brother. Someday we will sit together again and talk and laugh as we watch our dogs happily frolic. Someday, we will sit on a bench at twilight and watch as the sun gently welcomes the night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking the Vermont Truth and Reconciliation Commission for asking my family here today. I want to recognize your groundbreaking work, and your efforts to help bring peace and some sense of resolution to those who are victimized by the victims, by the actions and policies of the state. The communication from your office back in late August, I think, was the first, and to this moment, the only communication that we've gotten from anyone representing the state about my brother's death. There's one exception to that, and we have had some support from local legislators, and I'll mention that later. But I take that back. We got a death certificate in the mail. I'm Scott's older brother, Sean Garvey. I'm 60 years old. I'm the father of two daughters, Skylar and Emma, and my son, Evan. I'm the founder and CEO of several companies, all of them working on transitioning clean technology and clean energy in disadvantaged communities. I've spent a lot of time in Vermont, and long time ago, I was the co-founder of the Green Mountain Film Festival, now celebrating its 25th year, in Montpelier. It's okay. This is a rough and difficult message for me to deliver this morning. The tone of it may be a little bit different than my mother and my sister. I'm at a different stage of grief. Maybe it's called the anger stage. I will try to temper that. But it may be difficult for those here in the audience to hear or on the Zoom. You may or may not choose to stop listening. I will give details about what this experience has been like. If you leave or if you can't listen, I'm not offended. I'm not sure I would want to listen to what I have to say. However, I need to tell the truth of this experience, no matter how grisly at times, so that those who need to hear it can help change the state's approach to those suffering mental illness and reform the absolutely inhumane response the state bureaucracy has to handling the harms and injuries that are caused in its name. Today marks 131 days since our brother's murder as a direct result of the actions of the Vermont State Police. I know it's a brutal word to use, murder. It's not something we like in polite company. We call it a homicide or something like that. But he was murdered, and it has been ruled a murder by the Vermont State Coroner's Office because of the multiple gunshot wounds in multiple parts of his body that he experienced that day. So I think we should call it what it was, even if it's uncomfortable. He didn't just die. He wasn't an old man who you can go to their funeral and think about at their graveside. He was a very vibrant 55-year-old who was the victim of homicide by the very people he was calling to for help. On July 7th, my brother was experiencing a mental health crisis, a nervous breakdown. A lot of people in the room, I'm sure, have experiences with that personally or in their families or in their friend groups. He was scared, he was frightened. He required the assistance of mental health professionals. And he had reached out many times to numerous agencies here in Vermont and nationally in the days leading up to his death. He did so despite the abject fear he had of law enforcement. He had seen so many others suffering similarly with mental health who would also wind up dead because of the actions of law enforcement. We even talked about those. On our drive here from Memphis to Vermont, only 10 days earlier, in the car, we talked about the case of Phil Grennan, whose name we didn't know at the time. We just had known that he was part of the spark for a movement to create directives to reform the way law enforcement responds. Maybe Scott will be a similar spark. I think often of his courage picking up the phone to reach out to someone, and they're always different. As much as the mental health folks try, it's you call, and you can call 5 minutes later, and it's someone entirely different, and you start over telling your story. And they may or may not care as much as the previous person you talked to. But he was scared that the response was going to see police, was going to be him seeing police knocking at his door instead of a nurse or a counselor. I think of the irony, it's so profound, the irony that he foresaw his own death in such a vivid manner. And that this story is so common that my brother could guess the outcome of his life with such ease. At approximately 4:34 p.m. on July 7th, a young, inexperienced Vermont state trooper, barely out of trooper school, entered my brother's home against his wishes and shot him multiple times at close range. My brother was pronounced dead at 5:21 p.m. on the floor of his own home. I can't get these images out of my head of my little brother who I'd played baseball with his baseball card game. We played hundreds of hours on my grandfather's floor. My little brother who we made up this game where we would spin the dial back then in the mid-'70s of the AM radio and listen to the pop music at the time, like whatever song was playing, and we would keep track, like Casey Kasem, and we would keep, oh, this is the ELO song that's risen to number 3 this week. God, he loved that, and so did I. But I can't get these images out of my head of him laid out on his living room floor, the same room I had moved him into personally just 4 or 5 days earlier, bleeding out for 47 minutes. I think that I asked, was he conscious? We don't know. No one will tell us a thing, anything. What was he thinking as he lay there, receiving care from the very people he feared most? Did he feel his life slipping slowly out of his body? Was he thinking of my mom? Was he thinking of his drums? Of his dog Vinny? Of me? Was he angry with me that I had insisted he reach out for help here? Insisted. I insisted. Only to find himself dying at the hands of his supposed helpers. The trooper was one of a half dozen or so that had been gathered outside my brother's home for more than 5 hours that day, while inside Scott had effectively an active nervous breakdown. For whatever series of reasons, I have my hypothesis because it was late in the day, it was decided at that moment that they needed to enter his home. Someone decided, not the trooper who shot him, to send in one of the youngest and least experienced amongst them. I guess it was a training exercise, maybe. I can't help but get sassy about this because it sounds so fucking stupid that experienced men in power who had spent a decade writing directives for the state of Vermont and the approach to law enforcement and mental health would just disregard all of the directives. We'll talk about that later. And contrive a moment that this was when they had to go in. Again, it was late in the day. I don't have any other thing, because he didn't have a weapon. He wasn't acting threatening to anybody. They didn't evacuate anybody around him. There were people on both sides of his home, with drywall between them. So it wasn't so insane an experience for anybody that was the moment in time that they had to do something. That was the moment in time they had to violate their own policies and directives. The initial investigation report shows that the trooper thought Scott had a rifle. While they scoured the apartment, there was no rifle. There's no firearm. We had told them that. They had been there in the days preceding. They knew he had no weapons. There was no firearm of any type to be found. I've got to be honest. I imagine that they were disappointed. They wanted to find a weapon so that their press release 4 days later could say there was a firearm present, and all the state of Vermont could breathe a sigh of relief and say, great, we don't have to feel responsible. The idea with that much time to think through what to do next, that troopers ultimately invaded the home of an unarmed, mentally and physically disabled 55-year-old man, guns drawn, is in our minds one tragic failure of many. No gas, no beanbag guns, no pepper spray, just a gun in the hands of an experienced state trooper who shouldn't have ever been allowed or instructed or commanded to break into Scott's home in the first place. Frankly, we believe his death was a command failure and a systems failure. And while we hold the trooper responsible for pulling the trigger, for being a young Vermont man with experience in firearms and training and not knowing the difference between a rifle and not a rifle, we also hold the command at Vermont State Police accountable, who appear to have violated numerous state policies and directives in the handling of this situation, including turning away my mother and my sister. My mother was with my sister when they asked to help my brother, which they had done many times in their lives successfully. Taking control of the scene away from the mental health professionals. They were there. They were being helpful. The response of the mental health professionals was appropriate. And breaking into his home despite no immediate threat to other people or neighbors. While there is an I want you all to hear this. This is an important thing. While there is an investigation going on for which we await the results, we do not hold out any hope for justice from that process. Because unbelievably, in this day and age, the Vermont State Police have found every shooting by a state trooper over the past 50 years to be justified since they've been keeping records. And if you don't believe me, it's on their website where they proudly list the dozens of shootings and the outcome of the investigation. 100% justification. Despite all the facts that we're talking about today, we can't hold any hope that process. It's a fundamentally and fatally flawed process that holds false hope out for victims like us. It's cruel to pretend. It's jaw-dropping. There's no ability for self-improvement because apparently, in their own opinion, they do everything right when it comes to shooting. All the time, since forever. Every and any shooting has been justified. This is a truth-telling session, so I'm going to tell the truth right now. When something like this happens to you, the entirety of the bureaucracy of the state goes into full-time mode to justify what they had just done. You have no friends. You have no allies. Now, over time, you find a few. But right now, there's people online right now who are going to report Monday to their Attorney General's office or the DA's office that's overseeing the investigation. And they're going to say, "Oh, we found a morsel. We found a morsel that we can use against them if there's a lawsuit that justifies our killing of their brother." Right now, that's a success for them. They're getting paid a lot of money, more than anybody in this room. There's lawyers. They hired paid media consultants to write the damn press releases about my brother. The state trooper was put on leave at full pay. He gets tuition reimbursement, medical leave, grief therapy, all fully paid. It'll probably be for years. His commander who sent him in, he's not named. It's like that convenient thing we do when we're having a war and we try to blame a soldier for acting uncivilly instead of holding their generals and colonels responsible for the bullshit that they create. This is my opinion. The state investigatory process is fatally flawed. It's essentially a farce designed to prolong the time between an event like this, so much that a victim's family just gives up out of sadness and resignation and the public's initially justified horror. And man, we got support from the residents of the state of Vermont when they hear about this. But their initial horror to such a murder by the state, it fades away into the noise of so many other injustices. And soon people forget the incident happened. They forget my brother's name. And they move on, and we wait for the next one. As many of you know, since that time, it's been one really shocking and hurtful experience after another for my family. Almost as if someone had designed a process to test us even more than the murder of my brother. As my wife and I, raced across the country to be by my mother's side and my sister's side, we had to drive. We had a dog. We were out camping. And we got the call. And we didn't have any place to put our dog, and the immediacy of the news said that we were going to be in Vermont for a long time. So we drove morning and night to get here. As we're doing that, my mother says, we need to get his remains for a funeral service. The state told us that they would not release my brother's remains without a $2,000 payment over the phone, conveniently, with credit cards accepted. Without that $2,000 payment, my brother would still be sitting at the Vermont State Coroner's office. We had to pay to get my dead brother's cremated remains so he could attend his own funeral. I wish I could say that was all. I've got more. A week later, my mother was told she would need to pay to clean up Scott's remains from the walls and floors of their apartment. I don't know about you folks, but I was amazed that the law doesn't require cleanup of a state murder by the Vermont State Police. It's not required. It's not part of their activity. They don't have a budget for it, I guess. But it does require the professional cleanup by the victim's family. Mom was told she would need to pay to repair the numerous bullet holes left behind in the walls and the ceiling of the living room and the hallway. She even had to pay her own moving expenses because she clearly would never be able to return to her home with those horrific images of her now dead son on the floor of the living room burned into her mind. My mom has had to pay for her own grief counseling, for therapy, for our entire shocked family, my children, my sister's children, my sister, me, my wife, for her own travel to attend his funeral, even to come here to speak to you today. And I appreciate the per diem, but this is, you know how much it costs to travel. This might be the hardest one for me. Finally came the realization that the victims' services offered by the state does anything but serve victims when the perpetrator is the state itself, and they are on the payroll of the very law enforcement agency that we are victims of. This is for real. They come to your door. I'm from Victim Services, but they're agents of the state. What you tell them goes into their notebook and is provided to the investigators. In what we all know to be an effort to evade the consequences of murdering someone's son. Cleanly label it a justified shooting and sign it off and hope the public forgets about it. When Victim Services, for those of you who are just listening, I'm air quoting that, told Mom that her home was released for her return. They told her that her home was released for her return. They gave us no warning as to what we would find when we got there. We assumed they cleaned up after themselves. They're the Vermont State Police, for Christ's sakes. Honor, integrity, service. They don't clean up their own murder scene. We opened the broken back door. They had barged in, broken the lock, which they had left unsecured for 10 days at this point. Open to the neighbors and the neighboring children. Scott's meds out on the table everywhere for 9-year-olds to come by. Worse yet, the remains of his body, his blood, bodily fluids. It looked like the Hollywood version of a cartel murder. They gave us no warning we would have to walk on floors sticky and tacky from drying pools of my brother's blood, that we'd have to avoid bumping the walls for fear of brushing against his bodily fluids and the spray, that we'd have to wade through upturned boxes of every bit of my brother and my mother's worldly possessions that they had rifled through in a vain attempt to find a gun, some justification. We had to dispose of garbage bags, open garbage bags of bloody medical waste, clothing, gauze, blankets that had been disposed throughout the home, the downstairs of the house, and ultimately have to find my brother's treasured Red Sox hat I had bought for him on opening day at Fenway, crumpled and bloodstained, shoved unceremoniously between the couch and the wall. and I'm sorry, but his broken dentures clearly had fallen out of his mouth during that moment in time. We have made every effort to communicate this to Vermont's political leadership. I've sent certified mail, notarized letters to the governor, emails, probably 20 phone calls, even Public Records Act requests asking, did you get phone calls from me? Did you get letters from me? Because no one has responded. And I'm not looking to punch somebody in the face, though it would be warranted. I just want to communicate what the lack of compassion, empathy, and love of any type has done to my family. And I'll do it very calmly. We're not worth the time for even an assistant to say no to. Nothing. Silence. From the Attorney General, from the governor in particular, from the head of the state police. No one. This might all feel a lot different today, how we gotten a bouquet from the state of Vermont and apologies that you're sad. Let us pay for your grief therapy. But the order of the day here is not courage. There are no profiles of courage other than my brother's. If this experience sounds harsh, it's because, in my opinion, it has been brutal and absolutely inhumane. It is a dark mark on the integrity of the Vermont State Police, and it should be an embarrassment to every good citizen of the beautiful state of Vermont. If it weren't for the strength of our family and the help and support from our friends, we would not still be standing here today, because this process would eat alive any other family with less love and resources than ours. There's a reason you don't hear about the hundreds and hundreds of shootings every year after day one and day two. This is exhausting. We live in purgatory. This was not my 83-year-old grandfather that died, and I get to pray over his tombstone. We are in an active, unresolved situation, and the state has no requirement to communicate, to be expedient, to tell us the status of what's going on. You know what we were told? Maybe a year, 18 months. We have to keep this shit alive in order to advocate for justice for my brother. Not for a day or 3 or a week. Most people get away with grief. The immediacy of grief is a fairly short amount of time. This is not one of those situations. I would wish this on no one. Anyways, I'm going to submit a list of policy. Clearly, we've had time to think through this. We are your canary in a coal mine or something like that, your test case. Where do systems succeed and fail, mostly fail, and how might we fix them together? We didn't want this role. We now have it. We didn't volunteer, but we do take it seriously. I have recommendations based on our experiences. I'm going to summarize them right now, but I'm not going to read them all because there are too many. We believe that the state directives have to be codified. So the commission that came out of the Felgrennen process prioritized de-escalation time and care over force. What it didn't do is make them enforceable by law. They are policies without statutory weight. They can violate them and it doesn't matter. There's no formal consequence. And that's probably by design, and I'm sure the result of some negotiated process with otherwise well-meaning people who are trying to get directives developed in the first place. But the pushback from law enforcement that didn't want to be held to consequences for violating them. Second, training and certification of law enforcement needs to be dramatically expanded to prioritize de-escalation and trauma-informed care. If anybody cares to, it's online. Police officers, state troopers in their 6 months of training for this important position, valuable position, one I will find in myself a way to have respect and regard for moving forward. They're trained for 6 months. They have 8 hours of direct mental health training, even though mental health happens to be one of the most common things they respond to. They have no requirement for ongoing mental health training. They do spend a lot of time in traffic ticket administration. They do spend a lot of time in tactical weaponry, 10 times, I believe, the amount of time they spend on understanding how to respond to mental health. That's a tragedy. Establish an independent victim advocacy office. The conflict of interest when your victim advocate works for the agency, is paid for by the agency, and is an agent of the agency, I don't really have to say much more about that. They're not supposed to try to interrogate my mother as they did the night she was running around my sister's yard, where our victim advocate was trying to schedule time for an interview with detectives at midnight, 5 hours after she had found out. Notably, as I mentioned, 2.5 hours after he had been shot. They lived 2 miles away. I believe my sisters, I won't speak for her, but I will paraphrase her, when they arrived at her house at 7 after his shooting at 434, 2 miles away, she said something to the effect of, "What have you been doing all of this time?" My mother could have spent my brother's last minutes with him. They could have held hands. My sister said something to the effect of, "I know what you were doing. You were getting your story straight." And that is what they were doing. They got lawyers. They hired media professionals. They expunged the state trooper's name from the internet, social media. They know what to do. We need crime scene standards that require professional biohazard cleanup by law enforcement that creates the situation. Timely property return. They still have my mother's cell phone with her doctor's phone numbers, all of her friends and relatives, old people that you can't find anywhere else except for the phone numbers. We pleaded with them, just send us the phone numbers so she can call other 85-year-old friends. No response. Timely property return and housing support so families aren't penalized for damages caused by law enforcement. 5, timely cost-free release of a loved one's body. I can't believe I have to write this. It's just ridiculous. Along with state-funded burial or cremation services when the state is responsible for the death. Can you believe I have to write this? Am I crazy? Is this mandatory trauma-informed death notification protocols, an assignment of an independent family liaison, someone not employed by the agency that shot your loved one. Guaranteed access to grief counseling and emergency stipends from the Vermont Victim Compensations Fund, especially for next of kin, who are often responsible for navigating all of the logistics. We've been told, we submitted an application, there's $10,000 available from the Vermont Victims Compensation Fund, which I think is very generous of the state of Vermont. But if they find my brother, if they find this shooting to be justified, we don't have access to those funds. So when we had this conversation with our victim advocate, her response was, well, we've never had an unjustified shooting, so you shouldn't count on those funds. You really should start a GoFundMe. And that was really the only direction we got from our victim advocate. Go start a GoFundMe. This is fucked up. Disclosure timelines for investigative findings with at least a 72-hour advance notice that they're going to make a public release of those findings. I have a certified letter that went to all of the constitutional officers in the state, all of the leaders in the legislature. I did lovely get a feedback from the Senate Majority Leader, Kasha Ram Hinsdale, who I think was shocked that no one had bothered to respond to the certified letter. We know they received it, asking to give me and my mom 3 days notice before they issue the justified ruling so that we could get back here and surround ourselves with love and family. That no one will respond. Finally, a right to know what scene a victim's family is going to walk into. We had a right to know what we were going to find that day. My son went in first. He insisted. He wanted to be our family's hero. And he insisted, don't do this, I'll do it. And when he left, he had to throw away his shoes. Oh, thank you. This has been kind of hardcore and mostly negative. I don't know how you make anything too positive out of this, but I do want to acknowledge, it's important to say, I want to acknowledge again your work and your efforts here, and the time that the people in the room have given us. I appreciate it. Thank you all. It's really meaningful. I'm surprised that there's so many people way the hell out here that came on a cold winter morning. We're grateful for Wilda White and Mad Freedom Advocates. That is one organization that walks the walk and the talk and everything else. Willoughby Carlo, the peer support specialist at Healthcare and Rehabilitative Services, who Scott developed such a loving relationship with, and had she been on the site that day, this would have happened. Elizabeth Bridgewater, the executive director of the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, who gave my mother and brother a beautiful home at Putney Landing, and after only a little encouragement, gave her back her security deposit and didn't deduct for the bullet holes in the walls and ceilings. Legislators Michelle Boss-Lunn, Hashim Nadir, and Leslie Goldman, who reached out almost immediately to help us and talk about ways to help Vermont change and reform, and Kasha Ram Hinsdale for taking the time. She's now communicated a number of times her interest in helping to reform. There's a person in Putney by the name of Shay Witso. Shay put together a memorial on the green in Putney in front of the Putney Diner. It was attended by 100 folks. And we all arrived, our large family, and that was the very first thing we did. And it was the start of our grieving process in earnest. And Shay's an independent advocate and activist who I hold in very high regard. I want to acknowledge my wife, Kimberly, who's been the heart and rock of our family. I want to acknowledge the strength of our children, Zeb and Skylar and Emma and Evan and Rachel and Kelly. If there's an upside, it's that we saw their strength as young people. and their ability to provide solace to us and strength to us. I want to acknowledge my sister. You're my hero, and you're brilliant. And you need to write a book, please. And of course, my mama, because she shows us how to keep living even when you don't want to. And I want to acknowledge my brother-in-law, Brian. He has come through so powerfully for our family and for my sister. I'm almost done, I promise. I want you all to know I live each day with the horrific guilt that me, literally and figuratively, drove my brother to his own murder. We spent 3 days together on our trek from Memphis, only 2 weeks before, talking about his enthusiasm for spending holidays with our sister again, his hope for finding a new band, his desire to find love, and maybe even a girlfriend. I drove him here. As I was leaving, after I had set up their apartment, such as it was, I wrote him a letter because he was in a transition, and that can be hard for people with mental health issues. And he was very reluctant to reach out for help at that moment in time, resistant even. And I had that frustration of like, Jesus, I just cashed out my IRA to move you here and get help from a state that's more advanced from Memphis. And I know Vermont holds itself, doesn't understand how great it is here sometimes. I can read the messages on Facebook. Why'd you move to Vermont? It sucks here. Try going somewhere else. This is a first world state. Memphis, Tennessee was a third world state. They treat mental health similarly to the 1860s. And my brother had the injuries to show for it. In his last conversation, as a result, I pled with him, I insisted, and I wrote this down, that he reach out for help here, that we had all done all of this work to get him here, that he was no longer in Memphis, that it was safe, that there were better people here. And I said, I can't. I told him, I can't talk to you until you're involved in a recovery program of some type. And I thought he didn't hear it or listen. I wasn't even sure my mom gave him the damn letter. But he clearly did. Because he immediately began to reach out. And it was all part of a process that led to 4 days later, him lying dead in my mother in his living room. I feel personally responsible. I will feel that way till I die. Thank you.
We're going to take some time. Close your eyes if you feel called to do that. We're all going to take a deep breath. As you inhale the words of our truth tellers. As you exhale, Exhale the pain that we all feel. Take one more breath. Inhale. Exhale. Feel your feet grounded on the floor. Feel your body on the seat. You can look around the room. Take your time. Thank you.
Thank you all for your attentive listening during that segment, truth-telling session. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. Feel free to visit the care team, the art table, get some fresh air, walk around. Just a gentle reminder, the people that have just told their truth, give them a little space so they can, recover and collect themselves before we talk to them and offer them support. Thank you all. We'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Completed.
Let's go get you
I need a nap.
Yeah. I know. Back to the hotel where you checked out?
Yeah, we checked out. You know what? We actually found out that Mad Freedom Advocates has a read, a sip-in read or something, in Danville. I think so.
You feel strength?
We found no, but with them.
It'll feel good, like
With them.
community, get your community.
Now. Yeah, I suppose that too, but now we're aware of it.
Yeah, good. That was like maybe meant to be. So you can get some community support right now. I'm gonna check in with you too. At the end of the day. When do you guys travel back?
Oh, we're here for 10 days.
Oh, good.
My mom and Kara lives here.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. I'm gonna check in with you guys.
I think they can't believe it. Yeah, I'm sure they're wondering what the hell they created.
Who did we get into this?
I'm
Not the right people.
sure. Everything, you guys were so helpful.
We did that with the care team too. We had lots of help. Oh my gosh, I made this worse. I think I. Okay, but I can't even do that because it's like all falling off. They want me to keep connected with school. Okay. I'm just going down the shirt. Yeah. Okay. have to go to the bathroom. I shouldn't have that tea.
Offering it around. It keeps on here.
Gosh, there were a lot of people listening and texting. Well, at least it's on. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I wish I drank.
Me too.
Yeah, perfect time.
Sean, was your flight here okay with all the cancellations and things?
On the side, you gotta select it, put one.
Did you see the kids' version of it? You would have loved, yeah, you would have loved that. I obviously could see that, obviously.
Testing, you got it?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You hearing them? Okay.
7 decades ago.
So once you come in and you're ready to sit, I'm gonna come and just connect this. Okay? Be mindful.
I'll be all right.
We're sitting right. Is this what we're sitting? Hey, Abby.
Janet?
Okay, great. So one of the things I'm realizing is that the mics for the auditorium are not well connected to the mic in my computer. So I have to keep, I think you already know this now, but this is what I'm trying to say. My computer has to stay on this cable, but it can only go so far because it's connected to the HDMI port, and the HDMI port is very long. So I will tell the truth tellers and the commissioners to enunciate and speak.
Is it working?
If they can, so that you can hear them regardless of where the laptop is. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. No problem. Roger, you're taking my smoke.
No, I'm not. No, no. I'm that English teacher. No putty, no Play-Doh, nothing like it. No, nothing I gotta deal with my carpets on my classroom. Give us a box at the beginning of the week or the year, and we're like, okay, you're gonna have Play-Doh, you're gonna have this, you're gonna have that, you're gonna have putty. I never want to see that again in my classroom.
Fair enough.
So like all my fidgets were like, you know, I have all
Slime.
Don't have to drag this out.
I got you.
Yeah. You are. And read up your shirt. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry to take logistics to you. The ASL have been really struggling to hear, and so that's why the laptop has to stay there, because the mic in my computer is the only mic that's picking up.
Okay.
That's
on
why
the
they have
voice.
been off.
They were off.
Oh,
They couldn't hear,
no.
yeah.
They didn't text
In the beginning,
anyway?
I finally got
Mic
in
was
touch with them. Huh?
My mic was terrible. I couldn't even hear right here.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is some of the mics, it's muffled, right? It's
Yeah,
like,
it's bad.
Yeah, I know. And we didn't notice that yesterday,
No.
right? You were here, you saw what
No,
we
we
did.
didn't.
Anyway, that's why
what's
the laptop
That
has to stay.
coffee sounds good.
What's the Wi-Fi
The
password?
coffee broke.
Wireless, all lowercase.
Just
And,
wireless?
yeah, and I think it's just the school, just like the password's wireless, the username is school.
Okay.
This broke.
Oh, that's great. What'd you do?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need me to fix any of this stuff on this table for you?
Yeah, dirty tissue.
Is this dirty?
Brenda.
This has been opened. I'm gonna take this. Do you need anything to drink or anything to
I do,
eat?
but there's no coffee. It's broken.
It's broken? Do you want the rest of mine?
No.
It's not warm.
No, I need warm. If there's hot water.
When we
Tea?
fill the hot water?
No, if there's tea. But I
We need to do a lot of that.
Water either. We have cold water.
Dude.
How did what happened to the?
I don't know. I think I broke it. I need a new one. I'm gonna.
It's a little cold. No, it's
No,
cold.
I don't want to have yours.
Well, you're welcome to have it. I've had so much coffee. It's just not hot.
You've had so much. Well,
I've had a lot of coffee.
Maybe give me a little bit. I don't need the whole thing.
I'm good. You don't have to finish it?
That is a sacrifice that I don't need you to make. I will never sacrifice my
If you want this
I
one.
would sacrifice.
It's not sacrifice, it's okay. You're actually doing me a favor. You're doing me a favor for not over caffeinating my body.
I need to know.
Let's see it that way. Oh, good. We need that.
You know what I did? I made an appointment for acupuncturist for Monday.
That's a good idea.
Okay. I'm an insurance call with it. $25 copay, that's it.
Really?
You should do it.
That's not bad.
No, they're great.
I get like, my husband is the federal, he does the federal. I don't get,
Oh, you're there. His health insurance.
nope. I got all my benefits for Jim. But now, they're ending a whole
Now
lot of
that
stuff,
only
so
because it would be
I might have to do it.
my heavy.
Like, be added to the, yeah, because I'm doing your surgery. I'm gonna do your surgery. Huh? You're not?
I got security. Oh, and she actually
Oh, no.
which would be the best, you know. Just saying.
I don't have it.
That one.
Oh. Oh, so my whole conversation.
Is this yours? Yes.
Oops.
Yes, those are my notes.
Is that live stream already? Oh my gosh.
I want to make sure it's yours.
It's so,
Not being notes.
Who are you?
sorry.
All right, let's.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for telling me. Now I'm on. The side conversations. Hello. This one is better.
Oh, wait, it's listening.
Hello, you guys okay? How many photo readers did you have? How many?
I'm gonna leave it on the bottom.
That was yesterday, not today. Before noon.
Okay, Roger, let's go. I'll just take this. You got the clicker? Yeah, you have the clicker? Roger, do you request project like a teacher so that ASL can hear you in the computer?
I'm mic'd.
I know, but
Yeah, it's not been.
Cooperating.
that's why I left it.
I'll use my voice.
Before you get started. Okay. Why don't,
Before you get started, I'm taking you out of facilitator role, effective now.
No last name
Go
changes.
sit. This is not last minute. You are now a killer. You okay? You okay?
Tantrum, did you see that?
You okay?
Tantrum. Not yet.
We're gonna get, we're good? I'm gonna start us out. I'm gonna take your role right now.
That is fine.
you gonna stand? Okay. I know, I'm just seeing you standing. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We're gonna get started. We've lost some people. They're out in the in the refreshment zone and the art zone, but we're going to get started with our next truth teller. I've taken over from our facilitator role because our theme this session is community and relationship. And we've been in community and relationship with a beautiful team that has cared for us, who has witnessed all of the stories, while they also hold their own stories. And so we felt it really important to give a platform to those who have been with us in the journey in community and relationship, and then to tell their own stories as well. So we're going to start with Roderick, who has been our facilitator since we started this process back in September, I believe. August. This is our fifth public truth-telling session. And so in the essence and spirit of community and relationship, Roderick, thank you for switching roles for a moment and giving us your truth.
Okay. Okay, all right. So, first of all, thank you guys again for the first session. It was very insightful, and it was tough to listen to, especially for me, knowing that I was going to go next. So that kind of was like a tied thing. So I'm going to take a couple seconds to reground and get into my truth telling. My stories are arranged a little bit differently today. Basically, I have been in Vermont my entire adult life. I moved to Vermont in 1992. I'm originally from Columbus. I was born in Columbus, Georgia, graduated from Atlanta, from Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. And then I decided to move to Vermont in freshman year. So this is me a couple years ago, not much difference, from 51. And let's see what happens. All right, so as you can see, I was a very happy baby. I was born May 2nd, 1974. And part of this background story is I have to tell you how we got here, how I got here in this space, and in essence what the last 33 years was. I do have one specific major event that I'm going to talk about, but obviously, there's a lot of other events I could talk about in the 33 years that I've been here. So I'm looking forward to going on this journey. So the first piece I have to tell you, as we put together who am I, how did we get here, that is my mother, my beautiful, wonderful mother. I was born May 2nd, 1974. She was born July 29th, 1958. So if you quickly do the math, I was very much a teenage pregnancy baby, and my mother had me when she was about 15 years and 9 months old. Dates and numbers and all that stuff come into range. But this slide pretty much points to the first 18 years of my life moving around. Actually, not the first 18 years, you can see the first year. And to get to the student that was at the University of Vermont, we have to go through this process. So the next slide that I would like to share with you is my father's slide. As you can see from the dates, my biological father died October 10th, 1976, and he was born October 11th, 1951. If you can do that math, you can see that my father did not make it, or barely made it to his 25th birthday. So part of me being here is, at 51, I'm thankful that I've basically lived, twice as long as my father did. And as a little anecdote or a backstory, Something else we could go into later on. But my father was killed in Columbus, Georgia, in a bar fight, basically, by a white man. So growing up, that was always in the back of my mind, and it had shaped and framed a lot of my thoughts and processes. And I will, I'm happy, I guess, to report that he was found guilty in Columbus, Georgia, which is about 100 miles south of Atlanta, in 1976. So my only thought process is it must have been pretty bad and pretty cut and dry that he kind of got away with it. Or did not get away with it, I'm sorry. So as far as shaping me, you're looking at someone who's, has a teenage pregnant mother and a father that basically died when I was about, before I turned 2 years old, or a little after I turned 2 years old. If I was born in '74. And it definitely affected me. It played, at every aspect of my life. And it's part of it, and it's one of those things literally that led me to want to strike out, when I turned 18. It was like, I'm going to strike out. I left the South, which is a whole nother story, and basically came to the Northeast. So now you remember this, so from now on, when I refer to my father, I'm going to refer to my father as my biological father that died. And I'm going to refer to my dad as he's my stepfather, my stepdad, and because my mom remarried when I was about 3.5 years old, around 1977. And they are still together, and they've been together over 48 years. So that definitely went into, like I said, all who I am and upbringing and things like that. So let's see. This is who showed up at the University of Vermont in basically August of 1992. That's my high school picture from Georgia. That is literally what I looked like at 18. That, and I guess I haven't changed that much. Don't judge me. But this, part of framing this story is like, a lot of times we'll hear people say, oh, well, you're not from here. You don't understand what it's like. You don't know what it's like. Actually, I've been here 33 years. I know Vermont. I know Vermont winters. I know all those things about the community. I've lived in every aspect of this state, and I've gotten to watch things. And I've experienced harm and trauma, at the hands of the state. And I've chosen to stay, and I deserve to stay. We all deserve to be here, right? So how did I actually get to Vermont? Ironically, I was recruited. I literally had an admissions counselor from the University of Vermont go to my high school in Georgia, and they picked out the highest and brightest kids of color, put us in a room, and said, have you heard about Vermont? We want you to go. And literally, I ended up with a full ride academic minority scholarship, or academic and minority scholarship. So I had full tuition basically at UVM as an out-of-stater. That being said, family life, all those things, as I said, my mom had remarried and they had 3 kids, 3 siblings, so I'm now the oldest of 4. And situations arise and things like that, and I basically was like, in that office, I had definitely dealt with a couple things in Atlanta. This was right after Rodney King had gotten beat up, so I had done my first bit of social justice protests about that time. And I didn't want to be in Atlanta. I didn't want to be in the city. I wanted to be out of the South. To the extent that when I showed up at UVM for my freshman orientation, I had already committed to the University of Vermont. Like my mom and I flew up here, I was coming to the University of Vermont no matter what. There's no change in her mind, it's all good. And then it led to actually a big rift with my dad because he wanted me to go to the University of Georgia and to stay there because I was only 70 miles away, et cetera, et cetera. And I basically had there were 400 kids in my graduating class. I think 150 of them that were going to the University of Georgia. University of Georgia had like 27,000 kids at the time. It's just like high school. Nope. I do love the University of Georgia, and this is my backup school, but no, I'm University of Vermont. So this is how I, in essence, ended up here. College, blur, as it should have been, right? I was there for 5 years. I was basically an English business double major, and while I was there, I got certified to teach high school English. So I did use my 5 years wisely. It basically meant that the education I got was either business or English or education. And I ended up student teaching. I student taught for the first time in 1996 at Essex High School. That's where I did my student teaching, Essex High School. And then basically I would have been, I was offered, believe it or not, going back 33 years, I was 30 years at this point, I was offered a job at Burlington High School, and I would have been their first teacher of color. I was offered an English teaching job at Burlington High School in basically 1996, and I would have been their first teacher of color to teach in English. And unfortunately, I'd had such a progressive liberal upbringing in college that I was like, I don't really like the sounds of that. And I went into the corporate world. I went into marketing and things like that. However, this pretty much was in my 20s. So after I graduated, and that is me walking, that is me going through commencement, I went into business, into marketing, led into the corporate marketing side of my life. And I have to tell you this story only because it's kind of interesting, because you know that everybody's seen that show, How You Met Your Mother, How I Met Your Mother. So while I was in college doing everything that I was supposed to do, you know, working 2 different jobs and my work-study job and all that stuff, and still trying to have a life, being in a fraternity, being social, all that stuff, I was working at Price Chopper in Burlington when it was still up where the Verizon Wireless is now. And I was working the cash register. I was having fun, making money in my free time. And all of a sudden, ironically, I got called over to the customer service desk. Hello, who's this? You have a phone call. Apparently, someone had been quite enamored by my cashier skills and was interested in hanging out with me. And that is literally how I met my daughter's mother. It was the kind of thing that, you know, caught me off guard. I wasn't, hello, who's this? Okay, yeah, all right. And it was what it was. It was, you know, basically summer of 1994 was when that relationship started. And I was very, you know, it happened. And then you didn't know because it's love, you're in college, all that. But what I didn't know at that time, and this is kind of where things started to, you know, rationalize or create for me, she had a mental illness, and she had diagnosed bipolar affective disorder. I didn't know that. And at 21, 22 years old, I was not at all equipped to handle it. And so that was a learning curve, and it's led to experiences that I've had, and I literally have seen people in manic episodes, severely depressed, clinical depression, all those things. I've had the ability to experience it, and that just helps me hold space with people these days, which I really appreciate. So that led to my daughter. So my daughter, Olivia, was born November 16th, 1998. And she will be 27 tomorrow. She's doing well, I'm very happy to say. And all that being said, her mother had bipolar affective disorder. It made it very difficult for us to maintain and be in a relationship. So I ended up with full legal and physical custody of my daughter when she was 4.5 months old. So changed pretty much everything, but at this point, I'm a college graduate. We got a little marketing business. Things are doing okay. We have the kids born. I'm still maintaining a good relationship with her mother. Her mother actually lives in South Burlington. Still friends of the family, but that definitely affected. Obviously, I was a single dad. extroverted, trying to run a business with my daughter in tow. We've got some wonderful stories, but basically this became a huge milestone in my life. So 26, full legal and physical custody of my daughter, trying to run a business, and I still have good connections, good community with my fraternity brothers. I've now been in the town for about 10 years or so, and life is good. So when Olivia was about, and ironically, just to share, her mother's side of the family is Irish Catholic. I'm only sharing this because I was awarded, full legal and physical custody on March 17th in 1999, which is kind of interesting. And my daughter and I celebrate that as one of our anniversaries now. And ironically, I would love to say wonderful, positive things about, Olivia's mother. She is, like I said, she's still well. She's still with us. She never was able to pay child support. And it just becomes part of that story, as we're working through this process. She was never able to pay child support. It led to her having a pretty estranged relationship with our daughter. And luckily, I've been pushing them to, be friends and could connect as adults. And they're doing very well to the point now where, she's happy to, even wish her a happy birthday when it comes, when her birthday comes up. And that's important. And because when Olivia was about 9 months old or so, I started another relationship, and that was going well. And her name's Erin. Erin was helping me raise Olivia, and we're living together. We live together basically. At this point, I've now graduated college. My first apartment was in Burlington. The second apartment was in North Ave, and then I had moved to South Burlington, and then somehow I figured out a way to get me and mines to Shelburne. So we're renting a nice house in Shelburne, and Olivia's doing great. She's at the nicest schools. I'm teaching rec sports, teaching soccer. Like, there's a lot of kids right now that age that learn basketball and soccer because of me. And she basically started kindergarten right in Shelburne, and it was a very nice, affluent, obviously we know Shelburne community, which is important to this next part because Erin and I were doing well, and we had a child. And basically what brings me here today is that child died. The child died. My son, Alexander Terrell Owens, was born January 7th, 2005, and he died September 26th, 2005. Obviously, dates are very important. 8 months, 19 days, outside the SIDS window, outside of, had all of his checkups, all of his immunizations, and he died at an allegedly licensed daycare in Shelburne. So Olivia had an in-home daycare in Burlington, a nice, older, mature white woman, and I loved it because it was great because I'm running my business, and I would wake up and I'd take Olivia right down the street, and that was good. It worked out. It was excellent. When Alex was born, I tried to see if she was still available, and she's like, I can't, right? I'm full up. I'm sorry. So she ended up, my son, Alex, ended up at a daycare in Shelburne, and 2005, we're paying, regular daycare rates. No idea that she wasn't licensed, no idea of anything because we would never have thought that we needed to ask that in-person advertising in such a community would be unlicensed. So, just for perspective, we're talking about 8 months, 19 days. That's how long he was here. And if we all remember 2005, I can tell you a couple of things about grief, as I've been somebody that's had to live with it for about 20 years and still try to be successful, because it's a lot, in my opinion, when you lose a child, you lose an opportunity. That was your seed, that was your growth, that was their future is what you saw. And when you lose that child, it's a gap. It's just a gap. What happened? What? Parts that I want to highlight to you right now, for instance, it was 2005. Do we know what else happened in 2005? In about August of 2005? I'll remind you. So I'm pretty much, hugging my kid, dancing around the house, talking to him as Hurricane Katrina is happening. And I'm lifting him up. I'm like, it's all right, buddy. It's things in the world are bad. You're going to make it better. It's going to be okay. You're going to literally help, change the world. I did not know a month later he would be gone. Do you wonder if every year, every hurricane season, there's a ripple through the universe that tells me you had a loss? Yeah, there is. So when we look at Hurricane Melissa, Hurricane Aaron, that macro is triggering my micro, which is quite interesting. Is the more you learn and study about yourself about the situation. So Aaron and I happen to be 7 years apart. So basically, when we started dating, I was 25, she was 18, and I had Olivia. And 5 years later, ironically, Alex was born. And like I said, Olivia had just started kindergarten and things were going well and we were talking about our future. And as many of us know, whether you're having a tough relationship or not, usually, an extensive, significant change, birth of a child. All right, we're gonna have a do-over. We're gonna try to do this. We're gonna make this work and we're happy. And I was 31 at the time, basically, and I had already accomplished more than anybody thought, honestly, that I might have. I was the first person in my family to go to college and graduate. I owned a business in Burlington. I survived 9/11. Like, don't even get me started. I had a business with 25 employees when 9/11 hit, 2001, exactly. So let me tell you, I was promoting resorts and vacation properties. One of our biggest incentives was airline tickets and giving away free airlines. Pretty sure nobody wanted to fly after 9/11. So my business had gone through a change, and it was, all right, okay, I had downsized a little bit, and we were doing mortgage services because it was, right around 2004 was the housing crisis. So now we're helping people refinance their mortgages. So, business is good. I can make this work. I basically have 2 kids. I've got my son, so I'm extremely happy. And that, ironically, and I haven't shared a lot of this story, by the way. Even to my students, like I work in education, a lot of people have never gotten the pieces of this story to the extent that when they get it, they're like, how did you keep that from us so long? Because it's what we live with, it's what we go through. But I do want to highlight especially like the 7 days between, because it all changed in 7 days. And somebody moved the clock. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. All right, never mind. Just making sure. I have to keep my own time out to make sure I be respectful. So, September 25th, big football fan, had friends over. I think Alex and Olivia were around. And I think Erin might have had a wedding to do. She's a cosmetologist. But it was, busy household, and it's not babysitting if it's your own kid, I know that. And we were having a pretty good weekend, and Sunday night, for some reason, I kid you not, I just did not feel good. I just started not feeling well, and I didn't know. Basically, after like the 4 o'clock games or something, I pretty much went to bed. And I fell asleep watching the game, like, and then, like, on the couch, boom, it was gone. And I don't know why. I still had no overall symptoms, just whatever. The next morning, I woke up, Aaron had gotten Alex ready, and they were basically leaving to go to daycare. And I woke up, I kissed them, hey, how you doing? Good job, let's see you. And they were gone. And I'm self-employed, so I work from home. I make my own schedule. Actually, my office is right around the corner at this point. So we were around. It was a Monday. Things were pretty cool, and Aaron and I were having conversations and things like that. And it was about 11:30 in the morning, and like we're having a conversation. And this is important because I did not know at this time. 11:30, something's going on. We're having the conversations, and we're just doing our thing. And then basically at about 3:21 p.m. on a Monday, I got a call from the Shelburne Police Department saying, you need to go to the emergency room right away. Wait, what? Okay. Ironically, right before or right after, I can't quite remember. I think it might have been before because I was like, wait, what? We got a call, and it was somebody hysterical from the daycare saying, does Alex have this or that or some kind of this? And I'm like, wait, what, huh? And then all of a sudden the call gets, no, he doesn't have anything. What are you talking about? And before we could even inspect it further, the Shelburne police were saying, go to the emergency room. And at this point, Olivia had just gotten home. She's in second grade at this point. She'd just gotten home. Aaron and I were all basically around, and I'm like, we have to go. And at this point, literally, I'm hoping, praying, I'm just going to go pick up my son and learn I have this thing that we have to work around. No. When we got there to the emergency room, he was gone. Like, already gone. And so, yes, paying attention to details, all that stuff, I kid you not, it was, literally felt my chest crumble. Like you can feel it, your chest cave in on itself. Because, and I can talk about a lot of things, but we talk about a lot of gender issues in different times in this world, but in my world, the father has one job, protect the kids. You really just protect your kids. And he was gone. And then when we talk about community and grieving and all that stuff, like I didn't know, how quick, things were going, but basically I pulled out my phone, called my best friend. He left work. He's on his way. Called my second best friend. He left work. He's on his way. Aaron's losing it. There's no words. Pretty much ended up with our own room in the hospital. Her mom and dad are now living in Florida. My parents are living in Georgia. We have relatives and friends, and they pretty much, they just start pouring in. We got there about 3:45 on Monday, and we didn't leave until about 10:30 Monday night. And it was definitely great for me to hear the Garveys this morning because it reminded me of a lot of those processes that they do go through, and they were not kidding. That is exactly how it does happen. It's like your kid's dead, and they're like, do you want to donate organs? Yeah. It's like, yeah, don't ask me that right now. But we didn't actually leave the hospital until about 10:30 that night. At that point, her uncles and aunts are showing up, my friends. At that point, we probably had about 5, 6, 7, 10 people around. Olivia is just there as a trooper. And even to this day, she'll share, she's only seen her daddy cry twice. This was one of them. This was one of them. And not that I shouldn't cry more, but I probably should, but I just hide it from her. But she's only seen me cry twice. And part of that process that they want you to do is they want you to actually carry the child to the morgue, you know. And you don't really know that, but I can attest to you, there's no warmth. It's the coldest thing you can probably ever hold. It's all gone. And as much as you would want to try to squeeze or push, you can't. So yeah, we took that walk down. And then at that point, we're kind of just there. I had to call my mom and dad from Georgia, you know, Mom, Dad, hey, what's wrong, son? I lost Alex. You know, and just for the record, it's Alexander Terrell Owen. So I kid you not, my favorite football players at the time, Terrell Owens, Sean Alexander, and Alpha Tau Omega was my fraternity, or is my fraternity. So there was a plan that was in place with all of this. You know, so I can go to a couple more pictures, but this is where things really started to pick up speed. You don't really know what's going on. You just want, you know, it's like spins. You want to put your foot out the bed and wait things slow down. So there's a couple things I did that week that I don't know why I did, and I probably should not have done. So after all that time at the hospital, I drove Aaron and Olivia home. So let's talk about care and support, and like, okay, all right, we're going home now. I piled, you know, we got back in the van, in the Jeep, and went back to Shelburne. And I'm like, I probably should not have been driving, but so we got home. And keep in mind, we have an 8-month-old. There's toys, furniture, clothes, all that stuff still around. Erin pretty much went to bed crying. Olivia was exhausted. She went to bed as well. I couldn't sleep. I just sat up. I was up all night. The next morning, about 6 o'clock, I woke up. I ran down into the basement. I was going through the laundry to pull out his clothes so that Erin and Olivia didn't have to like see it. And I mean, that's what I did. And then at about 7:30 or so is when it all hit. Like, the school called. And I was active, PTA, all that stuff. You know, like literally, we're in the middle of, you know, fall soccer. Roderick, yes, we know. Oh, okay. Thank you, because I'm still, in essence, coming to grips with it. At that time, we were renting in Shelburne. My landlord, ironically, his name was Mr. Borgia, a wonderful man. He's actually 50 years older than me. So it's like exactly 50 years older than me. So I'm 31, he's 81, and he always was active and everything. He shows up that morning, not even knowing like what he's going to do. He pulls out the lawnmower and gets ready to start mowing the lawn. And then I literally have to tell him, so proud of me. I have to tell him my son died. And he was the first person that he and I cried in the shed, with the lawnmower, all that stuff. And that was basically started the whole other process. My family, my parents, my brothers, since I'm oldest of 4, they all showed up. I don't know how they did it. They jumped in the minivan. They were there by Tuesday night. Her parents flew in that day as well. And pretty much by Wednesday, there was 25 people in our little 3-bedroom house. So it was quite busy, and there was a lot of love and a lot of sharing. But meanwhile, things are ticking. Now we have the funeral home. We got to make arrangements. And by the way, I don't mean to bury the lead. The cause of death is undetermined. They don't know why, even to this day, he died. So we, and at that point then, so that was, now it's Wednesday, everybody's in and around, and now we have to go meet at the funeral home. We have to go make arrangements. We have to do this. And I still don't know how I'm doing any of this, one foot in front of the other, hugging people, just going. I ended up finally getting my, I needed to get ready for, so I went and got a haircut when I still had hair. I went and got a haircut. And now, and everybody knows, my black barber, I love her to death. She's, I've been cutting my hair for like 9 years at that point. And then, basically, I sat in her chair and just cried. Then I had to go back to my house and realize maybe I should not have been driving. You realize those things, like, I think I'm not okay. Funeral arrangements were made. Family showed up. So he died on a Monday. We buried him on a Saturday, like October 1st. It was a beautiful day. Let me see. It was a beautiful day. I have a couple slides later on. Everybody's still around. You're still celebrating. But once again, we're all talking about, what are we talking about? We're talking about lost hopes, lost dreams, lost ambitions, lost ideas, things that we thought we had resolved or were working on, and they're gone. And then basically Monday, 7 days later, and it's funny because I found myself a couple times looking back and seeing all this family around me, and it's like, oh, that family, those two aren't doing well. They're going to get a divorce. But meanwhile, we all come together during that time, right? We're all there supporting one another, and it's just this wonderful menagerie. But then after that, they kind of all disappear. We all go back to our lives, and we're busy. Monday, very important day for me, was the first day that the special investigators came in. The CUSI, Chittenden Unit Special Investigations. Because there was a baby involved, and that's when we started finding out 1 and 2 and 10 and just more things that we didn't know. And keep in mind, we're in an affluent community, Shelburne. Like, I'm there as a business professional, sorry. But no, there's doctors' kids there. She had a full daycare, and none of us knew that she was operating an illegal business. The detectives started the process. They're asking what he ate, this, that, left, right. Nope, we didn't know anything. No pre-existing, no conditions or anything like that. And the medical examiner had done a initial autopsy report, and the only thing they came up with was it was an enterovirus infection. And if anybody knows what an enterovirus infection, that's basically the flu/common cold. Most of us in this room could probably have a level of the enterovirus infection. You could. And that was literally the only ailment that, maybe he had a little cold. Now then, as I get into the minutia a little more, according to the daycare provider, and I only say this because I say this, she put him down for a nap at 11:30 and did not check on him again until about 2 o'clock. So, who puts a 9-month-old down for that long? Great question. During that time, he was locked in his car seat. That's where she was putting kids down to sleep, in their car seats. And we had told her, we have a porta crib, you can have the porta crib, and he's already transitioning to the bigger car seat, stop putting him in that car seat. But that was where he basically took his last breath, was in that car seat. During that time, and you'll all get to play a little detective agency, during that time, and I've read, because just so you know, I hired lawyers. They dropped the ball, failed. Because basically she was operating an illegal business. And if there's an illegal business, there's no homeowner's insurance, there's no nothing. She might have been selling drugs. And he accidentally fell off the front step. Because then it would have been some kind of closure and some kind of homeowner's insurance, but there wasn't. And as soon as basically the lawyers realized that there was no money there, They got slower and slower in responses. The medical examiner basically, it was his first year on the job, and he was still an acting medical examiner. That's important. Because he ruled it undetermined, he didn't have it. I hope, later on in his career, as I followed it, some of those he did rule as negligence and homicide and daycare situations, because you kind of pay attention to those things too. The state's attorney we were working with at the time, and these are all the ways that I was in essence wronged by the system and by the state of Vermont in this situation with this investigation. At the time, the state's attorney that we were working with basically was like, we're going to send these slides over to a specialist in Maryland and to figure out exactly what happened to your son. That never happened. And then only after doing more investigation on my own, we just used another one, somebody that we had that was, she might have said cheaper, more available, somebody like out of New York to get basically a second opinion on the slides. And I can show you the death certificate, the embossed death certificate that basically still says, undetermined. So 2005 to 2009, absolute, not a blur, but you're grieving. You don't know what's going on. I'm trying to raise my daughter. I know I can't completely lose it because then I could lose my daughter too. I'm not going to lose two kids out of this, was thought processes that I had. And meanwhile, can't really get the business going back again. I'm lost focus. And because I'm self-employed, I'm the person that's supposed to motivate myself, right? No, it's just, you're unmotivated. So the one thing I did do, luckily, was I was able to recommit myself basically to raising my daughter, took extra care in taking care of her. And about 2009, I basically decided I needed to, put the business on hold and, stop trying to hire employees and just focus on things to get things back going. But meanwhile, all during this time, no basic help from the lawyer, no help from the assistant's victim's advocate. You don't get a victim's advocate if there's no cause of death. So I used basically all the money we had in reserve to, I used all the money I basically had in reserve to get grief counseling for Aaron. And then there was none left for me. I'm still, in essence, grieving a lot of this. And you kind of just pick up the pieces, and then basically we were leaving it up to the lawyers, a very nice law firm in Burlington, to handle things. Like they weren't dropping the ball. Yeah, it just got really icky, and nobody was communicating. And her lawyer was doing, what he was supposed to do, everything he could to get the case dropped. And then basically something happened. My lawyer missed a deadline, and a motion for summary judgment was granted. And it was just boom, gone. To the extent that I was so upset, in essence, that I signed up, represented myself pro se. And then that's when I finally started to get all the medical records and everything that happened. And I've seen the photos, I've seen the stories, and I'm just so you know, and we can obviously talk about it more in detail later, but there's about 45 minutes that don't drive up where she doesn't know what happened. The way they handled the body when they found him unresponsive, like literally was trying to splash cold water on his face. And, he had a white foam on his mouth. But meanwhile, during that missing time, her adult son showed up, and there was another adult there. So there were 3 adults in the house at that time, but nobody was watching the kids. And that is what you're left with. I had to spend personal money, obviously, going back after 2 different lawyers to try to get them to take the case. They're like, we can't. Many people don't know legalese, but summary judgment means they win by default. To the extent when I was arguing this in front of the Supreme Court, yes, I filed to appeal it to the Supreme Court. I spent whatever resources I had to try to push this up there. And I can share this later, but basically the letter that I got back from the judge says, had we had known this before, we would have been able to offer you some more support. But because the motion for summary judgment had been granted, and basically she got off the hook in that aspect in my mind, in my world, that's pretty much where we were left at. So there's a couple more pictures that, this is day with Dad, sleeping, getting a little feisty. And I'm only sharing this because it's part of, closure, right? Because it has been 20 years. And if you had asked me 20 years ago if I thought I could be here and would have survived and all that, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. This is a couple of my cutest pictures, I was already starting him with his football training, as you can see. Yes, the football's just about as big as him. And then I was also teaching him the ins and outs of capitalism, because that was important. I mean, we had a plan, okay? And then with that, it's pretty much gone. So that's myself, Aaron, and Olivia. Those are my pallbearers, my brother, my fraternity brother, my other brother, and my other brother, another fraternity brother. It's my son. That's what it's like. And then, and like I said, at the time, I'm 31. Aaron's 24. We're dealing with something we never thought we would ever have to deal with. And it's pretty much, right there, like in your face. So like I said, I spent 4 years trying to get closure and justice, and still no determined cause of death. None. In 2009, like I said, I basically shuttered my business to focus on my daughter. And then at that point, it was just she and I, because things didn't work out with Aaron and I. I mean, because it's true what they say in the books. Like either if two parents experience such a loss, they're either going to come extremely close together, or they're going to go extremely far apart. I mean, we're still friends. She's still in the family. We're still personal contact. I mean, because we still actually, which is even after 20 years, we still get together. I mean, she's still in the family, but and we're working on our relationship. We're friends. But at that time, 2009, no, we broke up. We were, I allowed her to maintain a relationship with Olivia. And I say I allowed her. I was thankful that she did, but it continued. And then basically in about 2012, after, looking for, one-bedroom apartment in Burlington or Shelburne, even in, 2012 dollars was about $1,500. That was when I decided, to move to the Northeast Kingdom. So I moved to the Northeast Kingdom with Olivia in 2012. We ended up in Barton. I have lost track of time, just so you know. But I can say that when I moved back to, when I moved to Barton in 2012, the one thing I did do was I put myself back in education. I had basically spent 20 years in the corporate world, marketing and all that stuff, but I went back into education in 2012, started working at Barton Elementary School, was a substitute teacher there for 9 years before I took a full-time teaching job, and I was their middle school English teacher for basically the last 2.5 years. And honestly, it was something I needed to do. I needed to be back in that position around kids and helping, sharing, teaching, learning, developing. Even the work that I do now is with kids. I work with BIPOC kids in infinity spaces at 2 major high schools. Try to make in this wonderful rural world that we have, I try to make it safe and easier for them to get through the day. After, obviously I have a lot, at 33 years, I have tons of stories I could tell you. I could tell you stories about college and ways that I was mistreated by the system. Or I could tell you about my teaching for 12 years in Orleans Central Supervisory Union. And what that has been, as the only person of color, only educator of color there. So no, I talk to people from the Human Rights Commission regularly because I basically fight against hazing, harassment, and bullying. So when kids and parents reach out to me, that's what I do. So, you know, in my world, Alex, you know, did change the world. He changed it in my life. His sister, just so you know, she went on to graduate Lake Region in 2017 as the valedictorian. She went on to Harvard. Yes, I can't bury that lead. She went on to Harvard and graduated from Harvard in 2021. And that was interesting. She did hurt my feelings a little bit. Because she was a valedictorian, she got the Green and Gold Scholarship. She would have had a full ride to the University of Vermont as well. But no, my daughter is so impressive that when she was graduating, it came down to UVM, Dartmouth, or Harvard. And she went on to Harvard and, you know, was going to be basically anthropology major. And she's working on she just actually finished her master's in education. She beat me. But sometimes, you know, parents have to give up their dreams so their kids can have some. And that being said, she's now teaching in Brooklyn, teaches 4th grade in Brooklyn, going into her 3rd year, loves it. They celebrated her birthday with her yesterday. Nice charcuterie, teaches a room full of kids of color. And yes, I take responsibility for that. So if my child is teaching other kids, then yes, I had something to do with that. And every day, you know, for what it's worth, and especially given the strife and everything that we deal with, I spend my day trying to be, you know, the best dad that I didn't get a chance to be to my son, with all the kids that I come in contact with and with the work that I do. And, you know, yes, things like integrity, compassion, all those things matter. And I will, since I literally lost track of time, forgive me. But just to wrap up, I can share, like, you know, what have I done those last 20 years, you know, and what did become of all of those things. So, you know, I can almost share, I don't even think I did this right, but, you know, this was my flyer for when I ran for mayor of Newport City in 2023. I didn't win. You can look it up, but we can talk. But maybe being a first-year teacher wasn't a good time to actually be running for mayor of Newport City. But I can thankfully say that as I look at this, at that time, I was a UVM graduate, 33-year Vermont resident, 13-year Northeast Kingdom resident, public school teacher, small business owner. At the time, I was the Orleans County Democratic Chair. I'm a community organizer. I'm a Vermont-raised Freemason. At the time, I was a Vermont NEA union member, youth basketball coach, community theater, and I was the dad of a Harvard grad. So yeah, I know they probably wanted me to be a little bit more specific about losses and things like that, but I'm sure you guys can see all the different ways that the system failed me and failed my son. And this is just like one story that I take with me every day when I leave the house, and it's been 20 years. So I will now answer questions if you guys have any.
Thank you, Roderick.
Thank you.
I really appreciate how you've brought your entire life into this and your family. And we also want to not just assume that we know how the state failed you.
Yes.
And so I wanted to ask the impact and what it means. If you can explain to everybody what it means not to have a cause of death on the death certificate, and how that has impacted you being able to get justice.
Thank you. Well, first of all, closure, no, you don't have any. I know. So no, I didn't have closure. And given what I know about the system even now, put it like this, had she been charged with negligence and operating an illegal business and had been ruled a homicide, victims advocacy would have been in the play. You know, there would have been another trial more than likely that the state would have had to put on and do their due diligence. I've actually had an opportunity to meet, I met the cop that showed up on the scene at my son, at the house that day, and he was in the process, I kid you not, of about to give me a ticket. And we were talking and some other stuff. It was a Shelburne cop. He was in the process of about to give me a ticket, and then he realized, oh wait, that was your son? Yes. And literally said to me, he goes, that's part of the reason right now why I don't want to have kids, is having to see your son in that position. And that's what the police officer said to me. So no, there was no health, there was no, none of those support services ever kicked in. We were on an island, and had it not been for myself, and once again, my immediate family is all in Georgia. So my family's 1,300 miles away, so I didn't have any of that connection. Luckily, she had family and still has family in Winooski, things like that, so there was a connection there, but no, they didn't do a good job on the investigation. They didn't send the slides to where they were supposed to send them. Literally, and I found that out 2 years later. It's like, wait, you said you were gonna, and I remember names and faces. The head detective that was working on the case, his name was Detective Soychek. You hear that? But the fact was, he ended up getting deployed or something to Afghanistan, and I'm calling Kuzi trying to get an update. So it's like the other party saying that you would call 20 times. No, I kept logs of everything. Hundreds of times. How's it going? Where are we at now? What's going on? Did we find this? Well, we still haven't got a cause of death. So no, you don't have a cause of death. And I don't mean, I don't want to be callous, but at the end of the day, you'd almost prefer it to be anything just to know. And yes, we, and it took a long time for us to, especially me, to realize that there was nothing that we could have done. We don't know what happened there. I can read the investigative report. Other professionals have read it and says it doesn't add up. And basically, even when it came time to try to file a complaint against the professional review board or try to hold the attorneys responsible, no. And yes, this is also hindsight 2020. If I had known what I knew now, then I would have played it a whole different way. Because you just would have knowing. And I almost, have some advice for the Garveys too, but yes, you would do it differently. So no, they, and then even picking up the pieces, it was no, nobody checked in. No, it was, yeah.
How did you, am I on?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel like discrimination played a role?
Yes. Well, I definitely feel they would have worked harder if the demographics of my family were a little differently. Had we both been, two white people, yes, I feel like there might have been a little more attention paid. Had she been a person of color, unlicensed daycare provider, I think the story would have changed. Because basically this person was, was working in the reserves, owns a house still in Shelburne. I still drive by it. I don't avoid it. I drive by it every chance I get. Not every chance I get, sorry. But when I'm in Shelburne and in the neighborhood, I will purposely, just to see. I haven't seen her in a few years, but no. And then there was and then the more and more the process went on, she got more and more emboldened. I don't think I should have to pay money for death. That is, I kid you not, and blah, 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 my attorney told me that. That's what she said, and I was like, well, And because at that point you're literally having a minutia conversation about settlement. Like, what do you think? Can we get closure? No. And so back to your question though, Mia. Like, no, if you really want to help me solve figure out a cause of death. Like, and even the medical examiner was like, oh, we'll keep slides, and occasionally with technology and things we can go back and we'll try to pinpoint. Still haven't heard from him. Haven't heard from him in 17 years. But I still, obviously you can see, I didn't run away, I didn't hide. Oh, and then I forgot to even tell you guys this piece, because we didn't know. Apparently, I don't know, 3 or 4 years earlier than this, she had had another child die in her daycare. And, thanks for reminding me. And there were even DCF records. Like, there were complaints that had been made by DCF, and there was a trail, and that poor family that had lost their daughter, they actually had moved to, I think they either moved to New York or New Hampshire. They basically left the area. To the point where when my lawyers and investigators started working on this stuff, they got in touch with her. Unrelated cases, but I would also think, if you'd had one kid pass under your watch, you might get out of the business. I mean, because I know that just being a teacher, the amount of teachers, amount of students and people that I've come in contact with, you do the best you can to not make anything worse and just help them learn and get better. And yes, she did not help us. And at this time, I kid you not, she lived a mile and a half down the road. So I know, what anger is. I know what loss is, and it's just part of me having this opportunity when I can deal with the other overt racism stuff that I deal with. But I think discrimination definitely played a huge. I mean, just how they handled it, how they approached it, and like I said, I still feel a little guilty for having faith in the system, for hoping. But at the same time, like I said, I was only 31, and I literally had not been anywhere near any of that loss. And yes, you question everything. I was raised Southern Baptist. We question that too. Yes, please. Any more questions? Sorry.
Do you have any recommendations for us?
I guess the recommendations that I really have, like I said, come from just understanding the situation and that most of the issues that you're dealing with, they're not black and white. They're not. And whether it's a mental illness, whether it's, I don't know what privilege thought she could operate an unlicensed daycare, or why she thought it would be okay to not be up on her certifications, because that affected the story too. Because guess what? Because you start to study that too, and I looked into childcare and all the childcare subsidy and all those types of things. We're so understaffed in the state, DCF and all that levels, that they can't even get around to inspect the licensed daycares. So yes, you need more investigators that can go in and investigate because if you can't, inspect all the licensed daycares, you definitely can't inspect the unlicensed daycares. So no, that would be very important to figuring out that way. And I'm always going to say, I don't like. Yeah, the recommendations. I think because we've come up with a very awesome list of between housing and education and, I was renting at a time. I basically ended up leaving there and having to pick up the pieces and start all over. So, housing and security, and this was, in my opinion, it was just one person's carelessness or one person's negligence, I'm sorry, because there's still no cause of death. So the recommendations would be just to make sure that these stories, are uplifted and they stay in the front of people's minds.
Thank you. I think we could use like 30 hours just for all your stories, and I know that you, over racism that you have experienced in the Northeast Kingdom, and that you chose these stories. So I really hope that you can submit more. And
Yes, that is a plan. I am working on a couple other truth-telling pieces that I'll be adding. I will have a more an updated slideshow with some of the pictures of what has happened in the middle of the 20 years. You know, pictures of me running for, I mean, I could talk about running for mayor. That was, Newport City, run for mayor. 2027, we'll see. I might try it again, but you didn't hear that here. Yeah, so no, and I could, and that's why, you know, when I looked at something that basically has defined me that I think about every day. I mean, and every day that I work with kids, every day that I work with anybody that's disadvantaged, I try to, you know, if this were my kid, how would I want him to be taught right now? And I'm pretty good at it, so yeah. And yes, there are more stories, and stay tuned, I guess. But I've loved this experience, because once I knew about it, I just, you know, I've learned even from the 2020 and George Floyd and all those different things. Like, no, there's a lot of pain and hurt in the world right now, and the only way we can get through this is by telling our truths and using those I words.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So we're gonna, are we?
I'll take my job back later.
We're gonna take some time. We're gonna take a deep breath. We're gonna exhale. Feet your feet on the ground. Your body on the chair. Take a moment to have that story in your mind. Inhale. Exhale. If you close your eyes, you can open them. Look around the room.
Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna do it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe not. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 12:35. So we'll be back in here at 12:35 after a 10-minute break. Feel free to grab refreshments, tea, and we'll be back together soon.
She said 10 because you guys are going to take 20.
Yeah, I'm going to go check on it.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you for capturing it.
So then I'm like this, and I couldn't see you. This is why I wanted you in front of me. You gotta come over here for my head.
Yeah.
You okay? Come here.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Good. It's all good.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that good? Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm not ready to sing. I'm good. Thank you, Faith. I'm cleaning up. Let's wrap it up. That's right. Faith, we're starting now.
Do you still want to do this, Broderick?
You sure?
Are you sure? You okay?
Or maybe not. Mm-hmm.
Did we do that right? Oh.
I probably messed it up.
Public access TV, did we mess up the stream or no?
We okay?
Are we okay?
You're still on Zoom.
We
But
have to make sure our ASL
the
people-
screen's still there.
You're good, and the ASL people are still up? Are they gone? Okay,
Are they here?
they're not. So let's just wait a couple minutes, y'all, while we get our ASL for streaming going. Thank you. We just have to wait for Faith, who's taking care of us right now. Where they're at, or how to make.
Yeah,
We do.
we
Yeah,
do,
yeah.
yes, thank you.
You're so cute. Is it connection and relationships? Today is connection and relationships. Community. He really ought to reconsider that care team. They're not doing their job.
I stopped sharing screen to turn off the slideshow. Okay. Should we do? I think we'll do.
Similar to what we did with Roderick. Again, this is about community and relationship this time, and you have been with us from the beginning, planning to how we take care of people in this space, and it seems fitting to end with your story, to end this public session with your story, Lushanya, to uphold the theme and to uplift the care that you've taken care of everybody else, including ourselves. We want to be able to emulate and model that back to you.
Thank you.
So thank you. And start whenever you're ready.
Right. Beduashte. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, commissioners, and thank you so much to all the honorary witnesses. My name is Lushanya Echeverria, and I am Hunkpapa Sioux from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe out of Fort Yates, North Dakota, and I'm of the Lakota Nation. I was born and raised in my Lakota traditions and continue to live those traditions and those ceremonies today. I have lived in Vermont for the past 1.5 years, most recently, and in 2007, until 2012, I lived here, so for 5 years. I wanted to share today, specifically in community and relationships, because I come from a beautiful community in Phoenix, Arizona. I was a public school teacher for 25 years in the inner city school district in Phoenix, Arizona, which had the highest population of Native American families and students, because we were near the Phoenix Indian School, high school, which is no longer up and running. And I lived in that community, and I taught in that community. I became a teacher because I lived in that community and would see students from the school in the grocery stores, and they would recognize me from being a reading tutor, and it was that community that made me want to become a teacher. And also in Phoenix, there's a variety of cultures. I could live in a neighborhood that had all languages being spoken and all religions being practiced. I came to Vermont in 2007 because of a family need. I wanted to be here. My family had moved here, and I wanted to come to Vermont to support my niece, who was in high school at the time. At the time, in 2006, I was living in El Salvador, El Salvador, teaching. And I wanted to stay in Central America for a few years. And when my family needed me, I knew that it was my responsibility to come here. And I had no idea what Vermont was or what it meant. But my family was here. My first experience with Vermont was going to a gas station where there was an advertisement, and this was about 10 miles from where I currently live. There was a gas station with an advertisement that said, if you filled up a tank of gas, you got two free bottles of water. And we had just traveled from the Midwest, and we needed to fill up our tank, and we filled it up, and I went inside and had my 2 bottles of water. And there was a husband and wife team who owned the store. And the husband very vehemently said, you have to fill up. You only get free water if you fill up. And he was kind of speaking to his wife, but about me. And she said to him, they got a full tank of gas. And he grumbled and mumbled. But I remember walking outside and saying to my family, oh, we are never going to shop here again. That was rude. And I'm not going to support a business that treats their customers like that. Well, unfortunately, that was just the culture that I was coming into, because it happened again and again and again. The second experience I had here, and I attribute this to the community and how they see outsiders, how they see people that are not from here, and how they are treated. The second experience I had living in Vermont was at a laundromat. It had been raining, and I was living in a camper, and my stuff got wet, and my family's things got wet. So I wanted to take them to the laundromat to dry. When I arrived at the laundromat, all of the dryers were being used. And there was a young woman and an older woman in the laundromat. And I waited a bit, and no dryer became available. And I believe after about 30 minutes, I thought, well, this is kind of interesting that I've been here and these people haven't asked if I would like a dryer. I'm just waiting with my wet blankets for a dryer. And so at one point I asked the young woman, I said, hey, I only have a few blankets to dry. Would you be willing to let me have one dryer? Can you combine your clothes so I can have one dryer? The older woman came at me and said, pardon my language, who the fuck do you think you are talking to my niece? And I said, excuse me? And she started approaching me so much that I started to size her up to see if I was going to have to fight, if I could fight her. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry, I just was asking for a dryer. And she kept approaching me and saying, you have no effing right to talk to her. And this young woman was saying, Aunt Dawn, stop it, stop it. And at the point where I thought I was going to be punched in the face, I happened to see a camera in the corner. And I looked at it, and she looked at it, the woman looked at it, and she backed off. And I was shaking. I had never experienced this kind of hostility within a community, and particularly a small community. And I attributed it to maybe I did something wrong, maybe I'm coming across a certain way. And then once I got a job here and started working, and I had to start traveling to work, I became very aware of how many times I was pulled over. And I understand I've gotten more speeding. I've never been pulled over in Arizona. I'd never received a ticket in my life. But here, I got pulled over all the time. And initially I thought, oh, well, it's 45, and then it drops to 25, and pay more attention, LaShanya. And there was never a defense on my part when I got pulled over. In fact, I tried to be friendly, and like one time I got pulled over and I said, oh, you caught me eating my donut. And they said, no, I caught you speeding. And I just thought, okay. We're a small town, like we're just people here, and okay, I broke the law. And then I started noticing that, and I would be going 3 miles over the speed limit. And I thought there was a law that said you had to go 10 miles over to get a ticket. But that wasn't happening here. I was just getting tickets. And then I think my mind shifted when I was in the car one time with a friend who was driving. And she is white. And she got pulled over. I was in the passenger side. And I reached in the back. It was taking a very long time. And I reached in the back to grab a piece of fruit because I was hungry. That police officer came to the front, to the car so fast and began berating me and telling me, ma'am, you need to keep your hands in the front. You know, I'm sure you are a very good person, but I have to protect my life. And you never take your hands out from your lap when you're pulled over. And then they spoke to the person who was driving and said that they were going to give them a warning in a very different tone. And it was that moment that I really became aware of how differently I was being, that it seemed to be a difference for me being pulled over. It seemed like every time I got pulled over, and it's not a lot, but the few times it seemed like I was getting a lecture about my behavior rather than just, this is what you did. Like, officer, what's the problem? You were speeding. Okay. But there seemed to be this reprimand and this talking down to that I was defensive. I was in the car one time with a white person in the passenger, and I got pulled over because they were on their phone. My phone was on I had the GPS going, and I got pulled over because he said I was on my phone. And I said I wasn't on my phone. My phone is my phone has the GPS. She was on her phone. And for 15 minutes, he told me, no, you were on your phone. I saw you put it down when you saw me. And I said, you are welcome to look at my activity. I said, I'm sure you know how to do that. I said, but I'm not going to accept your accusation that I was on my phone. And he finally let us go. He let me go without a ticket. And my friend said, wow. My white friend said, wow. I said, wow, what? And she said, you dictated every move to that officer. And I said, well, doesn't everybody? I said, you put your hands on the steering wheel. You tell them I have to reach behind and I have to get my purse where my license is. I have to open my glove compartment to get my insurance card out. I said, doesn't everybody do that? And she said, no. I said, you've never told an officer that you have to reach into your wallet or reach into your glove compartment? And she said, no. And after all these experiences, I will not drive in Vermont after dark without sharing my location with somebody or telling somebody I should be there by this time. I have been in Vermont. My license plate says Indigenx, and I have been, in the past 6 months, folks drive up, tailgate me, and then will speed past me, cut in front of me, and slam on their brakes. And I really believe that is because of my license plate, what my license plate says. And maybe my bumper stickers, but are not political, just empowering for Indigenous people. So I think there's a real discrimination here against Indigenous people, against brown people, against BIPOC folks. And the authorities are who we're supposed to trust. But I've not had that experience. It's almost as if the police I'm automatically a suspect, even if I'm the one asking for help. I also want to talk about trying to find a job here in Vermont as a public school educator. In Phoenix, in Arizona, I have a highly qualified certificate. I'm a highly qualified teacher. When I came here, fortunately I found a job, a private teaching job, which I love and I'm so grateful for. And there came a point in that job where I wanted to be a part of a teaching community and not just the private family that I taught for. And so I sent out my resumes to every job that interested me. I probably sent out 15 applications and 15 times. I wasn't getting any callbacks, which was very unusual. It seemed very unusual that I wasn't even getting an interview based on my resume. International teaching, English as a second language, a math and science degree. It just seemed strange. And so I recall reaching out to one particular school and inquiring about my application. And what I was told was, oh, I see your resume here, and I've been wanting to call you, but I didn't want to butcher your name. And I said, pardon me? And they said, yeah, you should really change your name on your resume so that it's more pronounceable. And then I started realizing that my name seemed to be this hard topic for people in Vermont. I was even told, oh, you should really go by a nickname so people know how to say your name. When I went to vote and I gave my name, I was asked, how did you ever pass kindergarten with that name? When I go to the grocery store and put in that card, whatever card it is, and they say, your name pops up, and they say, oh, is that your real name? And I say to folks, in my culture, and really, if before English, there was no problem with my name. And I have some good comebacks now. But you have to be careful because there's only 1 degree of separation in Vermont. And then one time, even finding a job, my current employer was called even before I was interviewed. And you're always asked on an application, may we contact your current employer? And there are options, no, yes, no, only if interviewed. And when my boss came to say, hey, what's going on? We got this call that you're applying for a job at another place. I called that school and I said, can you tell me why my employer was called before I was even offered an interview? And she said, well, it's our practice. And I said, well, it's also illegal because on your application I said no. Well, ma'am, it's just our practice. We have so many applicants and this is how we narrow it down. And I said, it's still illegal. You put me in a compromising position. She didn't care. There was no remorse. There was no apology. There was no, oh, that must have been an oversight on our part and we apologize for the inconvenience. come in for an interview. I said, take my name off of your list. I will not work for you. And so I actually never got a job with the Burlington Public Schools. And that's okay. So during this time, I also really began to notice, and my brain doesn't want to, my brain didn't grow up thinking, how am I being discriminated against? My brain did not grow up thinking, how am I different? Maybe in your teenage years and finding yourself. But as an adult, as an accomplished adult, as a professional educator, as a good daughter, as a good friend, as a good sibling, I never questioned, how am I going to fit into this community? Until I realized about 5 years into it that I was not fitting into this community. In public retail places, I always felt followed. I always felt I was being watched. And again, my brain would say, no, you're making it up. And it wasn't until I left Vermont to go back to Arizona after that 5-year time here, I realized that there was something really going on here. I always felt like an intruder. I always felt, like I said, watched. I always felt like the jokes were a bit more flagrant and raunchy when I was around. Who knows? Maybe they weren't. Maybe it's just how people tell jokes all the time. And when people asked me, why are you leaving Vermont? I would say, in a catastrophe, if I was in Arizona and there was a catastrophe in a grocery store, I would have 100 new family members. I would feel like I had a much larger family because we would come together. If I was in a catastrophe in Vermont in a grocery store, I would feel very alone and be wondering who I could contact on the outside. When I was living here, I developed anxiety. I developed claustrophobia as well, but I think that was because of the mountains. But I developed an anxiety that I had never experienced before. Every time I crossed the border from New York into Vermont. There was one time I flew into Burlington at night and I realized not one person, because my family was traveling, they were away, not one person in Vermont knew that I was on that plane. And that hurt my heart. So, but I came back. I came back because my family has land here. My mother has a legacy here. And I came back because I'm going to continue her legacy. And this is the last thing I'll share is as her life began to come to an end, she was diagnosed with cancer in early January. We were assigned a social worker. We met with her in February. Her wife and I knew that we would be her sole caretakers for the remainder of her life. And we were told that there was a program called Choices for Care. And this Choices for Care program would pay a stipend to caregivers. And in February, my mom filled out the application for Choices for Care. It wasn't until April that we kept asking, what's the status of this? What's the status of this? In April, our social worker called and this Choices for Care and said this application was submitted in February. What's the status? And she was told, oh, it's been sitting on my desk for a month. And there was no acknowledgement of the harm that was doing to our particular family. We didn't get a payment until July. So from February until July, our application was in process, but it was very delayed because it sat on somebody's desk. By July, well, really May, during this whole process, my mom was not able to remember her passwords to get onto her email. My mom asked me to call the Choices for Care and ask for some support, like how else can we do this? And I called 3 times asking for help for her. And each time I was told, she just has to do it. She's gonna have to tell you her password, you're gonna have to go into her email, you're gonna have to do all this paperwork for her. And at that point, my mom was undergoing chemo and radiation and just did not have the capacity. And I felt that Choices for Care was not willing to help us. At the end of my mother's life, she couldn't sign anything. She couldn't do anything. Her wife never got payment for taking care of her. And I got 1 month's payment because that's what moms do. They take care of their children. And when that last month, when I called, I said, she can't sign her name. She can't do any of this. And they would not help. They just continued to say, she has to get online. And one conversation sticks out. It was the last conversation I had with them. I was told, ma'am, I want to remind you that this conversation is being recorded. And I said, excuse me, why would you say that to me? And she said, I just need to remind you of that. And I said, what are you implying about me right now that would cause you to say that to me? And she kind of backtracked, and almost sounded like she had somebody near her, and because I was pointing out accountability, that there had been at least a half a dozen phone calls asking for support for my mother during this time for this program. But that also felt like, a discrimination. My mother's last name, my last name. It's hard to not think that if we weren't different people or different race, that maybe these things wouldn't happen. But I would say that my recommendations are, and I understand that some of these things are happening now, but some regular trainings on real life scenarios within multicultural communities, and truly some restorative justice protocols for our state agencies and our state departments. That when mistakes are made, it's okay. And they've also have got to do better. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, LaShanya.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
So everybody, we are thankful for LaShanya. She's our last truth teller for the day. Amanda, can you do some breathing for us?
I won't be able to breathe with you, but
help us breathe. Thank you.
Let's take a moment to take the gift of this truth to us. Let's close our eyes if you feel cold to do that. We're going to take 4 deep breaths. Let's inhale together. Let's exhale. Let's inhale and hold it for 3, 2, 1, and exhale. Do one last breath. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Put your feet on the ground. Feel your body on the chair. Maybe wiggle your hands a little. If your eyes are closed, take the time to open them. And look around the room. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the culmination of, as I stated, I think we've stated a couple of times, 5 public truth-telling sessions. So this is the end. So we're going to treat this a little bit different. We're going to just talk a little bit more and show you a clip here soon. I want to talk now about all of our themes and just sort of what it feels like now that we've concluded this, at least for me. It feels like a moment that's been building. It's been building across every town line and every meeting room and school. We've primarily been at schools. That was intentional. Every story has been shared in courage. We traveled the state together, not searching for pain, but searching for truth. What we heard was not neat and confined. It was layered. It was intertwined. It spanned every part of a person's life, their identity, their community, their health, their land, their opportunities, belonging, and the basic right to move freely in this world. The themes that guided our sessions: spiritual and cultural identity, community and relationship, health and well-being, land and resources, and mobility and access. They were never meant to fit in little boxes for people to sit inside. They were the doors that we opened to invite them forward. But once people began speaking, it became clear that the harm that they carried did not respect categories. It moved across generations, across bodies, across systems, and across time. People didn't tell their truths in neat sections. They spoke the way the harm actually lives. It lives all at once. Someone would begin by naming what happened to their family, and before they even realized it, they were talking about their culture, about their land, about their health and their survival. Another would start with the single moment in childhood and end up tracing the impact across their entire adult life. People spoke in whole stories, not categories, because the systems harmed them and touched everything at the same time. The truths flowed across every theme because that's how deep and interconnected the harm has been in the state. These public truth-telling sessions were not just about gathering truth testimony. They are about unlocking what Vermont has kept closed for too long. People told stories that lived in their bones, truths that never meant to be spoken out loud, stories shaped by laws and systems that should have protected them, but instead altered the course of their families, their safety, their cultural roots, and their futures. And what moved me most was not by only what that was being said, but who said it. We had elders carry their lives, their history for half a lifetime, parents who simply wanted their children to grow up safer than they did. Community members who had every reason to stay silent, yet chose to stand and sit in front of us and say, this happened and this mattered. These 5 themes don't represent abstract ideas. They represent the deepest part of people's lives, their health, their freedom, their dignity, their sense of belonging. They reveal how widespread and interconnected the harm has been, and they remind us that this work is not about a report. It's about people. It's about families who deserve better. It's about communities who still carry wounds shaped by the policies of this state. Today, as we close this chapter of the public truth-telling, we're not closing the work. We're going to find out more about how we can continue to tell truths. The truth's no longer, though, locked away. It's here now in the open, carried by the people who trusted us with their stories, and that trust gives us a mandate. Now the responsibility is ours. We take what we've learned and we will turn it into repair, into protection, into change that reaches as far and as deeply as the harm once did, into a Vermont that is honest about its past and committed to something better for its future. So to everyone who stepped forward, who offered your voice and held space for someone else's truth, thank you. You shaped the path ahead. You strengthened this commission. You have given Vermont a chance to choose healing over denial. The truth has been spoken, and now it's our turn to act. I want to offer you one more moment of grounding and possibility. We've always talked about possibility in this commission. During the pandemic, when so many people were isolated and hurting, artists and storytellers created a short film that asked a simple but courageous question. What could our world look like if we choose something different? Not just in policy, not just in structure, but how we relate to one another, how we care for one another, and how we imagine a new shared future. So we're sharing this video today because our work is not only about exposing what happened, it's also about creating what comes next and imagining a world after truth-telling requires courage too. It requires us to see beyond the harm, beyond the systems that failed us, and into a possibility of Vermont rebuilt on dignity, belonging, safety, and truth. And this video is an invitation, an opening, a reminder that reimagining is not abstract. It is something communities can and must do together. And as we move into the next phase of our work, I invite you to watch this with an open heart and an open mind, and to consider what becomes possible when we tell the truth and then we choose to build something together, something better, Here's this video, A Radical Vision for the Future, from Yes Magazine.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand. Your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
looking back, it's hard to believe that we've rebuilt our community from the ground up with our own hands. The first seeds were planted way back in the terror and tenderness of the pandemic. And then change bloomed in the streets, in the fire and struggle of the uprisings. Around here, we'll never forget the day that the last prisoners were released, walking out into the arms.
We are not endorsing this.
Smooth to make.
You need help? Okay. Is there somebody? Oh, wait, I got it. Hold on.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough.
Sorry, I was kidding.
Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
looking back, it's hard to believe that we've rebuilt our community from the ground up with our own hands. The first seeds were planted way back in the terror and tenderness of the pandemic. And then change bloomed in the streets, in the fire and struggle of the uprisings. Around here, we'll never forget the day that the last prisoners were released, walking out into the arms of their loved ones. The easy part was finding work. The Community Care Corps was always looking for people in those days, whether for universal family care, burying border walls, or green new public housing, going up one pod at a time. Yep, it was a good time for busy hands.
Funny, thinking back to the first wave of the pandemic, that's what you really remember. Hands. Washing, scrubbing, disinfecting, washing again, picturing each other's hands, all the hands that had touched whatever we were touching, the hands that packed the box, that picked the tomato, that planted the seed, the hands that stroked the brow, that said goodbye. The hands were us, all of us. That web of hand-to-hand, breath-to-breath relationships was a reminder. We are all entangled, making each other sick, keeping each other alive. That was just one of the lessons of COVID-19.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
It started in the first great pause, when the smog cleared and the rich fled the cities, when poverty dropped its disguise and racist inequality drew the map of the disease. As the roar of the traffic faded, we arose to birdsong and ambulance sirens. The virus showed us what was truly essential. And we learned again and again that so many of us doing essential work were being treated as sacrificial. From nursing homes to detention facilities, meatpacking plants and fulfillment centers, the virus exposed the cruelty of these warehouses of efficiency and profit. Then, things got worse. In 2023, super droughts led to mega floods. Locusts carved a path across continents and hyper typhoons drove millions from their homes. COVID-23 raced through storm shelters and refugee camps. Supplies ran out again. Meanwhile, dinosaurs roamed the halls of power, bellowing that more sacrifice was needed. But every time they cranked up that rusty old machine called economic growth, the cloud of sickness and death grew.
And we couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe from the asthma in our polluted communities, from the smoke of those fires. We couldn't breathe with a knee on our necks, in the clouds of tear gas as we shouted, "Black Lives Matter." And that is how the virus changed everything. We finally understood that we couldn't keep patching up the same broken systems. We had to build something new. What was needed was a spark. That spark was us. After months of organizing, the viral rent strike was like a starting gun. Then came the essential workers' strike. Delivery drivers, street cleaners, and farm workers got together and said, "Enough." This time, people didn't just clap from their balconies. We flooded into the streets to join together. One of the leaders was Luciela, a young food courier. When a police bullet stole her life, the crowds exploded in size and then exploded again, spreading across borders like a counter-virus. The sparks looked different in every country as the wildfire strikes leapt across borders. Economies ground to a halt, this time blockaded by workers. We lost too many young heroes as states brought out the iron fist, but it was no match for the raised fist of solidarity. Soon, authoritarian rulers started to topple like statues, and new governments were suddenly nervous about ignoring the streets.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
We joined hands and pushed further, launching the years of repair.
The first step was rebuilding the economy around the core of essential work: food and farming, care for young and old, public health. Not to mention the essential labor of the more than human world, the winged pollinators, the leafy oxygen makers. The Full Employment Act made the new priorities clear, and there was a wave of new worker cooperatives in everything from mental health support to public art and tree planting. Many bosses were made redundant. Our information ecology needed tending too, and so we built a digital commons, vaccinated it against surveillance, and built up our herd immunity to disinformation. Fossil fuels were running on fumes by that point, so we harnessed their final profits to clean up their messes. Whatever we could, we did outdoors. School, theatre, celebrating. At first because it was safer, then because we realised it made us happier. Nobody talked about missing shopping. Anyway, the right to repair movement meant that a lot of stuff got fixed rather than thrown away and replaced. With life moving at a slower pace, we finally had time to look back, and we began the most important repair of all, repairing relationships. In colonial countries like the US, Canada, Australia, and the UK, those were hard conversations. But Truth and Reparations Commissions helped some of us face the truth about the violent conquests of the past and how they shaped our world. That guided where we repaired and how. It turned out that once we fully funded schools and housing and healthcare, we didn't need those bloated budgets for policing, prisons, and war. And ultimately, the flow of money on planet Earth had to be reversed. So the North finally started paying its debts, and the South finally stopped.
Around here, the Land Back program began the historic process of returning some of the stolen land to Indigenous jurisdiction. In the process, we remembered how taking care of the earth lays the ground for taking care of each other. Within just a few years, we could see the bottom of the river again, and it was safe to drink and fish in its waters. Things aren't perfect, of course. Between mutating viruses and our warming world, there's always new storms headed our way. But when they come, we're ready. With our networks of nurses and neighbors, our small farms and big forests, our systems of care and repair. No one is sacrificed. Everyone is essential.
Okay, and as you know, we've collected the tiers from all of these sessions. And we are going to have a ceremony probably about the third week of May. We'll send out more information. We would like to have it in Virgins for reasons where the schools in the past have been. And a lot of the harm has happened. But has all over the state. And so we were given this ceremony by Brenda Reynolds from the Canadian TRC, and this is an opportunity more than symbolic to be able to move forward together. So we'll be burning the tears, sending of our prayers and all of the grief and everything up, and what can we do together? How can we move forward, and how can we imagine a different place? And what might that look like? So we're all going to come together and do that, and everybody is welcome. And we will send it out, and we'll let everybody know. So look forward to that.
And if you are not on our mailing list, please see us at the end so that we can add you. So what is next for us is this is our closing, and then we will be opening up private truth-telling sessions. Each of us in our website on Monday will be live sign-up sheets. So if you know people that want to sign up for a private truth-telling session with any of us, please feel free. We'll also be doing lots of research and writing. And the report draft is due in October of 2026. If you have volunteer hours that you want to do, there's always support needed. So, and we also have written testimonies that you can include if you go to our website and click on truth telling. You will see a video and text of how to submit your truth online as well, so you could do it that way also.
Thank you.
So finally, we want to recognize the people who have been here through every story from day one. We have some little gifts. I guess we'll get them. I'm not sure where they're at. We have some little offerings to give them. Roderick first. Thank you, Roderick. Thank you for all the work. Yes. Thank you, Roderick. Somebody who's not been in the forefront, but has been taking private ceremonies, private truths from us during this time. Michelle, our general legal counsel, has been sitting next to her side, but she's been helping facilitate. Liz, and I'm not sure if she's here, Liz Harrington, thank you for private truth-telling sessions and holding space for people to tell their truths. And finally, of course, our care team. Lushanya and M. Where are you? We got one for you guys too. We have something for you and we appreciate you. Thank you all. And thank you for our audience members and our honorary witnesses and all of the people who have been our interns. There's a whole lot going on still. We're still around. Please keep being engaged. Please keep pushing forth the truth. Thank you all. We're about to have lunch. About to have some food from a local BIPOC business. So I hope you'll stay and break bread with us. Thank you all. That's it, right? Okay. I think that's it. Thank you. We'll see you out for lunch.
You all keep that. For all of you. It's invited.